Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zevi. A brand new book out, The Secrets of the Illuminati. Now we have the rise and fall of a Frankenstein monster, exposing Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. Wow, this is a much needed conversation.
Yes, as you know, with volume 12, which you mentioned, the Confessions of the Illuminati series came to an end, at least for the time being. When instead I'm now starting a new series of essays dedicated to topics of interest within, the sectarian reality, often close to the Vatican. And this subject is a very particular one, and I must say also a very challenging one, because as you know, a lot of people have been discussing the Jeffrey Epstein case in the last few years. So, people will be wondering, what is Leo adding to all this? Well, I'm adding a unique perspective, which is digging deep into the ancestry, the family roots of each of the participants. And not only, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, who is Jewish, comes from Europe, of Russian, Ukrainian origins. Podolia, some say, also elements come from Germany, but we have also Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father was known as Robert Maxwell, but in reality his name was completely different. He took the surname Maxwell because he was known as Jan Ludwig Iman Benjamin Ock, and he started working for the British Secret Service, and at that point the leader in the 1930s of the most important network of spies infiltrating communism and subversive groups was called Maxwell Knight, and for that reason he decided to call himself Maxwell and change his surname. So even his surname was a tribute to that. But aside from that, there has been always a lot of discussions now on how did Jeffrey Epstein become Jeffrey Epstein. And nobody gives you a clear answer. Nobody gives you a clear answer, because to have a clear answer, you need to do another kind of investigation. And in the end, you will arrive to the answers, like the Meta Group, which also, by the way, controls IPAC. There's a lot of talk these days about IPAC and so on. But nobody really knows much about the Meta Group, which was founded by people like Leslie Lex Wexner, the guy who, of course, we know him because of Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
But this is a group of very important people, the Mega Group, which they constituted a sort of influential group of Jewish entrepreneurs, which we can consider the modern heirs to groups like the Illuminati. But having said that,
today, Leo, there was an article in the American Conservative, the pro-Israel billionaire behind Jeffrey Epstein, and just like you just mentioned, Les Wexner, who was...
Well, in my book, there is much more,
yeah.
Because in my book, I explain, first of all, who are all these people, their family ancestry. And Lex Wexner founded this group called the Mega Group in 1991, with people like Steven Spielberg, Charles Bronfman, Edgar Bronfman, Max Fisher. When you say all these names, people don't really know their history. So what I do in this book is been actually regarded by journalist colleagues who have had the possibility to already have a look at my book, like Ferruccio Pinotti in Italy, who had conducted some research on the Sabbatai and Frankenstein in connection with the Italian banking system and the very foundations of Italian capitalism. And he was like, Leo, this is really what was missing from the Epstein research on the Epstein case. And when I say Frankist monster, and I put Jeffrey Epstein as being part Dr. Frankenstein, part the monster creature that Dr. Frankenstein created, which we all call, usually referred to as Frankenstein. He never has really a name. Mary Shelley never really gave a name, but we all call him Frankenstein. Frankenstein is itself referred to the Sabbatai Frankenstein and to Jacob Frank. It was Rabbi Marvin Antelman who described the significance of Frankenstein, which, aside from being based on an alchemist who, of course, did experiments and all that, is actually also based on Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was, now for all those people who are following me, I want to start from the very beginning, Michael, so we can not confuse our audience with 1,000 names, because, of course, when you read the book, it's over 300 pages and people can go deep into it. But I want to summarize.
True to form, Leo, I was reading the first pages of the first chapter, and the reveal on Israel pedophilia is over the top. We should stop all relations with Israel just on the first couple pages. If people read the first couple pages, like, we got to stop relations with Israel right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, but first of all, we need to understand that this book is built on the premises that it doesn't need to be anti-Semitic in any way, or even anti-Israel, because Israel is a reality that can't be simply scrapped off the face of the map. And once you read the whole book and you understand what the Sabbatai and Frankists did to the Jewish people, basically forcing them to go to what today we call Israel, we see that the first victims of the whole thing that then developed in terrible acts like the Holocaust, the worst crime ever happened in the history of humanity, is all because of this sect within Judaism. It was, you see, the idea for this book, which is a controversial book, but I had to read it in my head before writing it. I had to actually develop the idea, and it was inspirational for me to have some very dear Jewish friends, people like Roseanne Barr, who introduced me to some other people in Israel, rabbis who came to me and talked to me about their problems within Judaism. And Roseanne Barr told me the worst enemies are the Jews. The worst enemies of the Jews are the Jews. And when she said that, and when she introduced me to the concept of the Erev Rav, which is this group of magicians who followed Moses into the desert, they were the magicians of the Pharaoh who saw the wonders of Moses and said, wow, we need to follow this guy. They were the ones who inspired the worship of the golden calf, which made Moses so crazy he broke down the Ten Commandments and then had to go back up. So here we are talking about first of all, I want to make it very clear for all the people who are watching us. This book is not about taking sides against a race. The enemy is not a specific race. It's a little bit when I wrote books like Volume 12 about the Jesuits. Being against the Jesuits doesn't mean that you are necessarily against all Catholics in the world. Maybe they are the first victims, though, of the Jesuits. The same thing can be said for the Muslims, because most Muslims don't even know that most of their leaders belong to Freemasonry, to other secret societies. And so, for me, it's very important to clear this with your audience, because there is so much anti-Semitism at the moment, so much confusion, so much hate, so much division in our society. And to add to that is not a good thing. So I'm sure that there will be people that will come to me and say, why did you write this book? This book is going to actually help the people who hate Israel or hate the Jews. But when you actually read this book and you understand it, especially the Jews who know very well how I respect their culture, how I respect Judaism, and how I explain how it was infiltrated, manipulated, well, then it's actually a service that I'm making to my Jewish friends here in America, in Israel, and around the world. When there is, because I tend to, see, with the other books, Confessions of an Illuminati, it was my confessions,
right,
and of course my experiences. Here I want to be very careful about what I say, to not be misunderstood for those people who have not read the book yet. This book is challenging. I repeat, is challenging, because when you understand, and this is proven, that the Zionists made a deal with Adolf Hitler called the Transfer Agreement. That is something that people outside of Judaism, outside the Jewish community, know. It took an investigation by a guy called Edwin Black, who wrote a whole book about it. And finally, they understood it was an historical truth. But you understand here, we're talking about the basis of one of the worst tragedies in human history. And the fact that there is organizations like B'nai B'rith. B'nai B'rith, people say, B'nai B'rith is another form of Freemasonry. And it is another form of Freemasonry. And I explain how it was born. And I explain also the compromises they did. I also explain in this book that before the French Revolution, of course, we all know about the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt. But very few people know there was a secret society built by the Illuminati that opened for the first time the lodges of Freemasonry to the Jews, that became the first Illuminati order controlled by the Sabbatai and Frankists. It was actually a direct relative of this Jacob Frank guy. But first of all, just to summarize what this whole thing is, the heresy that we call Sabbatai and Frankists, because if we don't explain that, I think that most people here will be like completely confused about the whole thing. Now, within Judaism, there is a belief that you are still expecting a Messiah. They haven't accepted Jesus, so they are still waiting for a Messiah. Okay? Now, in the 17th century, this guy called Sabbatai Zevi declared himself to be the Messiah. And half of the Jews in Europe believed he was the genuine Messiah, until the Sultan, the guy who controlled the Ottoman Empire, forced him to convert to Islam in the year 1666. And most people will think that will be the end of the story. No, that is the beginning of the story, because in 1666, the guy officially converts to Islam, but continues to practice his heresy. His heresy wasn't any kind of heresy. The heresy born out of Sabbatai Zevi, and then a century later by Jacob Frank, who claimed to be his reincarnation, and all those occult practices that later on people like Aleister Crowley, before him Madame Blavatsky, Eliphas Levi, the guy who invented the word occultism, all these people were connected to the Sabbatai and Frankists. And in my book, I show the receipts for these assertions, for this. It's not just, like a conspiracy theory. It's facts proven by historical and academic research, because I am going against the most powerful sect ever, that nobody ever has even the courage to mention in today's world.
Yep.
Because in today's world, Michael,
so many people have gotten shut down. Tucker Carlson, you name it. They mention we need to look at this, and bam, get hammered. So yeah, you're really stepping out with this book. It's going to be good.
Well, it is good, but it's also something that I wanted to do in a way that it will not be possible to debunk. I'm going to show the cover, the full cover of the book here. You can share it on the screen. So you can maybe, here it is. Now, this is, of course, the full cover. It's not only the front cover that you have on the Kindle, but it's also, of course, the back cover that you have on the paperback copy. And as you can see, you have this, which is the temple, which everybody has seen in Little St. James, the small island, the private island that Jeffrey Epstein bought thanks to his connections. This is very important because in my book, I explain how this temple was actually based on a famous Sabbatean Frankist meeting ground, a bathhouse. And this is already, something that starts to be shocking for a lot of people. Like they will think, oh, but this is a really like a direct connection of sorts. Yeah, it's a direct connection. A public bathhouse located in Aleppo, Syria, named Hammam Yalbuga. You go in my book and you can see the pics of the place in Aleppo, which is now an historical place, by the way, and the place built by Jeffrey Epstein, and you see that they are the same. Maybe you can find some reference on the internet about it. But what happens is this bathhouse was meeting ground for one of the most influential communities of the Dome. The Dome were those Muslims, fake Muslims, crypto Jews, who after Sabbatai Zevi had converted, continued as Sabbateans in disguise, but professing outwards the Islamic faith. This is not the first time that the Jews were forced, when they went into an heretical modality, to do that. Previously in history, already the Marranos had done it in Spain when they were persecuted in Spain. But the important thing is here, Frankenstein, because people will tell me, but what is all this Frankenstein nonsense? They will think maybe it's funny. Some people will laugh about it. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, Frankenstein. I repeat, this is the words of a rabbi. Frankenstein, the whole word has meaning in if you go through the Jewish Kabbalah. And Frankenstein is Frank, like Jacob Frank. It's not a coincidence. So Jeffrey Epstein came from the same area of Europe, prevalently Ashkenazi, but not blaming the Ashkenazi, because in this book I also proved that the first people who actually tried to fight the Sabbatean Frankist heresy were Ashkenazi rabbis. So that already gives you an understanding of the fact that we're not going here against a whole race. We're going against an ideology, a perverted form of religion, a sectarian form of religion. So Frankenstein, that now is also in the cinemas with a new movie that is, Frankenstein has been very popular in the history of cinema. And these days, the Frankenstein variant in the last few weeks, actually. So we have a kind of a synchronicity here of sorts. Jeffrey Epstein was built to be Jeffrey Epstein. He was placed there. In my book, I explain how people like of course, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and other people of influence, like you mentioned, Les Wexner, of course, is very important. But people don't really know the history of this family. So we have to go first to the history in Eastern Europe, the origins of the Maxwell family, the Hock family, and the Epstein-Stolovsky family. Now, these families are from an area that in the 17th and 18th century in Poland, parts of today's Ukraine, because, for example, Robert Maxwell was born in today's Ukraine. Jacob Frank was born in today's Ukraine. But back then, there was a whole region known as Podolia, and in those the regions that were most influenced by the Sabbatean heresy, that later became with Jacob Frank, who claimed to be the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi a century later, is Ukraine, smaller parts of Moldova, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary. And this outbreak of Sabbatianism is very relevant to us, to everybody who is watching us. People talk about the Rothschild. Where do you think the Rothschild come from? The Rothschild family is a product of the Sabbatean Frankist heresy. When Jacob Frank went into Frankfurt, he was received like a king. And that was also the beginning of an alliance with the Rothschild family that then developed all over Europe. And this is like the moment in which, you see, Sabbatai Zevi, of course, converted to Islam. But his successor, Jacob Frank, who was born instead in Ukraine, which at the time was like, I guess, Poland, Podolia, those areas were Catholic, where the areas where actually the Jesuits were ruling. And where they actually ended up when they were persecuted. And Jacob Frank brought 20,000 Jews to convert to the Catholic Church. In exchange, they nobilitated him. And then, initially, he forced his followers to only marry between each other, even if they had converted to the Catholic faith outwards. But when they saw that both the rabbinic authorities, as well as the Inquisition, were with their eyes on them, they had an idea. Let's marry into the most aristocratic Catholic families. And also, they had another way of taking over these families. They would ask a very influential Catholic people to become their godfathers when they will be baptized in the Catholic faith. So they will take their surname. You know what that meant? Jeffrey Epstein to become a math professor without even having a degree in the middle of the 70s to a fancy school, to teach in a fancy school in New York. Let's see if you know that. Because that is a very important part of the development of Jeffrey Epstein's saga. It was Donald Barr, the father of the guy who was in charge of the DOJ when he was apparently found hanged in jail, no? Now, Donald Barr was a Sabbatean Frankist. Donald Barr wasn't a Catholic. He was born into a Jewish family. William Barr, who then became U.S. Attorney General at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's death, was brought up as a Catholic. But they come from Jewish roots, Sabbatean Jewish roots, from the city of Berdikiv, a major center of Hasidic Judaism. And this is very important because Hasidic Judaism is actually a reaction to the Sabbatean Frankist heresy. When in Judaism, the rabbis saw the rise of this heretical messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, and then eventually, of course, they saw he was no good when he converted to Islam. Most of them said, okay, now this whole thing has ended, nobody's going to follow him anymore. Instead, there was still a bunch of people who outwards converted to Islam following their Messiah Sabbatai Zevi. And then later on, a century later, Jacob Frank in Saloniki, which is a very important place, also claimed he was the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi. But he didn't stay within the domain Turkey. He went back to Poland, Ukraine, and that's where the the Frankism part of Sabbatian, of the Sabbatian Frankism starts. Donald Barr was a Sabbatian Frankist. And that's why he converted to Catholicism. Like it was a thing for Sabbatian Frankists, for people like Jacob Frank, to follow the Hedom. He called it Hedom, the way of the Hedom, to actually convert outwards to Catholicism and in secret practice. And this secret of Donald Barr, the father of William Barr, was communicated in a book that was published a year before he employed Jeffrey Epstein in the school. It's a book called Space Relations. So you understand how contorted and twisted is this whole thing. So Jeffrey Epstein is picked up, brought into by the Sabbatian Frankists as a math professor in this school, very elite school, because I mean, it's Dalton School in New York City, is an elite school. He stayed there a couple of years. He taught math and science without having a degree. And this happened a year after Donald Barr had published Space Relations, which is, if you go and read, a camouflage version of the Sabbatian Frankist perverse teachings in a sci-fi version.
Wow.
And this is the father of the guy who was the head of the DOJ. It makes them believe it. Now, let's make one step forward. We go at that point, 10 years later. What happens 10 years later? 10 years later, the guy who has created, who will create later on the mega group, Lex Wexner, employs Jeffrey Epstein. He gives him a building rigged of cameras, microphones, and everything in New York City and start an operation. Now, people are like, there's always this question that goes through the journalist's mind. That's why people, you know, my journalist colleagues, when they heard about my book, they said, wow, you're going maybe a bit too far with this one. I said, no. And Ferruccio Pinotti told me, you are inspirational for us because this is really a book that has to be written, you know. I mean, it is a risk for me to write this book. Because when you understand that everything perverted in our society, in the secret societies, in everything, is actually coming from this branch of Judaism. And there is a bunch of rabbis who don't want this to be heard. Because Reform Judaism, which is the most prevalent form of Judaism today in America, was founded by disciples of the Sabbatian Frankists. So this is pretty shocking. But like I said, I think it's very important to really reveal everything we are revealing. So Lex Wexner is a guy born in 1937. He's a guy who has made a lot of money. But most of all, the mega group is the way the Sabbatian Frankists, if you go and see all the history of the people who founded the mega group in 1991, these people who are actually, people are talking about IPAC, like IPAC is the one that influences American politics. And I say, idiots, who has created IPAC? Who is influencing IPAC? And nobody knows. Well, go and check yourself. The biggest donor of IPAC is Lex Wexner.
Wow.
So you see, this book brings you to the roots of the problem in today's America. I mean, the Congress of the United States of America is controlled by IPAC, which is controlled by MEGA, which is controlled by the Sabbatian Frankist sect, which controls in turn every single banking system in the world. And it's not only the Rothschild, it's many other influential people. Like, for example, in May of this year, a guy called John Elkann went into the Oval Office with the Juventus soccer team. I don't know if you remember. And Trump said, this was a great guy from a very important dynasty. Wow. So what is this dynasty? The Elkan family is a Sabbatai and Frankist family with a long history. And it goes past it's another of those families that, like many other Goldsmith, this and that, they all emanate from Frankfurt. And who was in Frankfurt? Jacob Frank, the Illuminati. And it's like they control everything. So it's obvious that you have to go and 2,000 years, Jesus challenged the rabbis, okay? He had the knowledge to challenge the rabbis. 2,000 years later, people are questioning if Jesus was from a proper rabbi school. Who cares? This is not about challenging the Jewish people. This is about challenging the people who have taken over Judaism, and they have made a living hell for them. Because if today half of the world hates Israel, and there is an increased number of people who are becoming anti-Semitic, the problem is the Sabbatai and Frankist. When in 1933, see, you ever heard of, I mentioned earlier, the Asiatic Brethren. And in this book, of course, when you are doing an interview, it's 90 minutes. We can only scratch the surface. So I have to go through the main things, Now, the way that Les Wexner and his associates work together with B'nai Brit, there is some very powerful people that, do you know the history of B'nai Brit, or do you know about B'nai Brit? Because it's very important to explain what B'nai Brit is. B'nai Brit is the one that before Jeffrey Epstein was put into place to start his operation, created the Banking and Finance Lodge, and they honored a very important guy close to Donald Trump, Roy Cohn, at the State of Israel Bond dinner in 1983. Now, this is not about, bringing disrepute into the White House or Trump. This book demonstrates that there is no president in the last century, or at least after the Second World War, but even before the Second World War, because, of course, if we go Truman, and there is, since the foundation of the State of Israel, this country is connected. And, of course, even if you are a genius president that wants to renew everything, wants to create everything from scratch, and wants to detach from the past, there is no president that can avoid the power of the Sabbatai and Frankist. They control you. You arrive to a level in which they will tell you, you can't go above this level. And that's why I make it very clear from the introduction of the book. You have read it because you said you read the beginning of the book. I said it very clearly. I understand we can't put the system in jeopardy. That's why we can't reveal everything about Jeffrey Epstein. But this book reveals it. So once you read this book, you understand that there is no Democrat, there's no Republican, there's no party that is free of their control. So, Michael, honestly, this system is rigged, and there's no way out of it. And this book demonstrates it fully. So, the honesty that we, as researchers, as people who have a following, and you have many people who are following you today, and I know they always follow you, and and you are very honest about your endeavor and about bringing truth. We have to admit when there is a level in which you can't, you know, they will never reveal the truth about Jeffrey Epstein because the whole United States Congress will come and fall into pieces, and the whole executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary branch, they will all come crumbling down. Now, do we want that? Question.
Yes, I want it. Tell you the truth, but I think that if this was revealed, it would be not just the Congress and the Senate and the political system that would collapse, but it would be the banking system,
but the thing
everything.
is, when you go from a book from A to Z, and you get all the names that I'm bringing out, names that nobody talks about, of course.
Yeah.
Names that David Rockefeller defined like the biggest economist ever. And you go and check the name and say, who is this guy? I never heard about that guy. Yeah, but David Rockefeller said he was big. He must be such a big guy. Yeah, but nobody talks about it. Why? Because he's a Sabbatai Frankist. Because revealing maybe this, you see, Prime Minister Israeli said that the world is not really ruled by the people you think they're ruling the world, and there is a reason, because otherwise the system will have some very serious problems. So in my book, I really try to bring out this context of hidden people. Like, for example, if I give you a name, I'm going to give you one name here, and you tell me if you ever heard about him. André Benoît Mathieu Mayer, born in 1898, died in 1978. Have you ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Now, David Rockefeller defined him the most creative financial genius of our time in the investment banking world. This is what David Rockefeller said. Do you know who he was working with and who he was working for? This Sabbatai Frankist, who was born, of course, and raised in a Sabbatai Frankist family in Paris, ended up, after receiving the Legion d'Honneur and that, coming to the United States. He then became an advisor to the Kennedy family. He also became a close confidant to President Lyndon Johnson. He was called every time they needed him at the Oval Office. He was advisor to Jackie Onassis. He was advisor to people like William S. Paley at CBS, Catherine. You see, nobody knows about him. But I told you know the names he was advising, of course. I mean, the guy was like one phone call away from the White House, close confidant of President Lyndon Johnson, of the Kennedy family, in the crucial moments of American politics. And nobody knows who he is. That's how the Sabbatai Frankists play everybody. They don't want to be seen. They are not the ones you see in front of the people, People like Donald Buck don't want to be seen. And you see how similar the little St. James Temple of Jeffrey Epstein and the bathhouse where the Sabbatai Frankists used to meet is.
So that's in Aleppo, Syria.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which was a very important base for the Sabbatai Frankists, because it was also a very important commercial base. You see, for example, Anton LaVey, who founded the Church of Satan, he also had Sabbatai Frankist background. You see that image. Why do you think a pope who will become a saint blesses Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Where did this pope come from? Poland. Where does the Sabbatai Frankist come from?
There's a connection. Oh my God. Boom.
You see, and so you are basically with all these images, and then you see on top of that image of Jacob Frank with next Robert Maxwell, and they basically look at the same because the guy thought he was the reincarnation. Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell was also a very influential figure in the intelligence services in his connections with KGB. I explained the connections of the Sabbatai and Frankists with the Soviet Union, how they were the only ones who were not persecuted during the time in which the Soviet Union was persecuting the Jews with Stalin. The only ones who were untouched were the Sabbatai and Frankists. And this is something that, I mean, I learned from my own research in Moscow with people who are Sabbatai. I mean, people who actually I met, like the rabbi or the head rabbi of Moscow and stuff. And in my research, in my book, I explained. They told me, Leo, I said to them clearly, I was outside, I was in the dacha of Putin. I was guested there for one night when I was working at the Bolshoi doing this special performance. They guested me there one night, and we started to talk. And at one point, Lazar Vinogradsky, who is a dear friend of theirs, who is of course Jewish, and who lives there permanently because the wife is the head of the borders of the border police, like ICE here in the United States. And he told me, and I said to him, "How comes you are, you have no problems?" And he said, "Well, we are treated different because we are the aristocrats." I said, "The aristocrats." And then I thought about it. The Jacob Frank nobilitated these people to think of themselves as superior, as aristocrats, not as other Jews. The other Jews are the ones they sent to the concentration camps. They sent to the persecution is then very direct. It's not like simply the worst enemy of the Jew is the Jew. The worst enemy of the Jew is actually a Jew who's going to send you to a concentration camp or to some kind of gulag because they don't care about you. And why they don't care about you? Because the Sabbatai and Frankists, once they brought forward this heresy, whoever didn't agree with them was their enemy. Even if they were Jewish, they didn't care. Actually, if you were Jewish and you were not embracing this heresy, you were, for them, even more cursed than any other. And so you deserve
a lot of the Sabbatai and Franks came from Ukraine, Polish area.
Yes,
yes. They're the ones that basically took down the royal family in Russia.
First of all, the Sabbatians came from all over before Sabbatai Zevi made his conversion in 1666. That was the year zero, the millennium year of when he converted to Islam. At that point, the Dome, the Sabbatians, became in charge of a place which is now known as Thessaloniki. You know Thessaloniki? It's like in today's Thessaloniki is Salonika. How you call it? The Thessaloniki is let me explain it for the people who maybe don't know a little bit about geography. It's a city in northern Greece, but it was also part of the Ottoman Empire. And it was a very important city that gave birth to some of the most influential banking and merchant families of the Jewish cartel. Wow. And and Thessaloniki became the breeding ground for this heresy. Jacob Frank was brought there when he was a child, and he converted. But first of all, I want to also tell people who are following us, if you think that Zionism was born in Israel, or born before, of course, Israel, because they then brought the people to Israel with people like Theodor Herzl finding the international Zionist movement, you are completely wrong. You know where Zionism was founded? It was founded in England, by the Puritans, the same Puritans that came here with the Mayflower.
Oh my God.
And you know that the father of Sabbatai Zevi was Mordecai Zevi, working in Smyrna for the Puritans at the time of Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back to England after a few centuries they had been kicked out. Well, Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back after he made a deal with this very important Jewish figure who himself was connected to Mordecai Zevi, who was the father of Sabbatai Zevi. So when Sabbatai Zevi launched the idea of all the Jewish tribes going back to Israel, who do you think gave them that idea?
So Oliver Cromwell also took down the English monarchy.
Okay, for those, of course, that is something.
These guys just come out after the monarchies left and right.
It's very interesting, this whole story, because then you go all the way from all this, and then you come to Prince Andrew, and then you say, what was Prince Andrew grieving the Royal Lodge to Wednesday, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why is all this happening? Why is now the monarchy having a real big problem in England that might bring the whole Windsor family to collapse?
Disappearing.
Well, people need to understand that the Rothschild were or not nobilitated in England also? They were. They were nobilitated in Vienna. They were nobilitated in England. They were nobilitated, and they nobilitated and then married with Christians. And that is something that only the Sabbatai and Frankists will do, because they didn't give a damn about their Jewish roots or their Jewish faith. So it's very important here for people to really realize, I mean, Oliver Cromwell, you are mentioning a very important figure, because Oliver Cromwell basically was in charge of England after a civil war that brought to the beheading of a king.
Yeah.
You know, it was a unique thing in I guess, in English history, that now the leadership of Oliver Cromwell met with a guy called Menasse ben Israel. Menasse ben Israel was connected to Mordecai Zevi. And all this is connected. And who was, and why did these Puritans, and of course, including the ones that then went on the Mayflower, came here, made the history of this beautiful country we now live in. So we have to be very careful here. But the thing is that it's all interconnected, because Menasse ben Israel convinced, he was, together with these Oliver Cromwell's representatives, sent their delegates to Menasse ben Israel, who was a very important figure. And Menasse ben Israel had been studying the work of a prominent Jewish French-born figure called Isaac Laprière. And this guy was a Marranos. Marranos are those Jews who were forced to convert to Catholicism, but were continuing to practice Judaism. This even before the Sabbatai and Frankists, okay? Now, this is with Isaac and with this, these people. It's important to mention these people, because Sabbatai Zevi wasn't simply a product of Judaism. Sabbatai Zevi was a product of Judaism, but also of the Puritans that were together with the idea that this guy, Menasse ben Israel, had was, first of all, to convince Oliver Cromwell to bring back the Jews into England, which he managed, but only as a, let's say, temporary phase before sending them back to Israel. These are the roots of Zionism. And the Puritans were very much into bringing the Jews, but not necessarily because they liked the Jews, But in the end, the Zionism, which will develop, of course, as we know it later on, also, I mean, further, but the roots are there. And the roots are that we bring them back simply because we need them in order for the Messiah to come back and to arrive to the end times and to the scriptures to manifest. That's it. It's not like it's Oliver Cromwell executes King Charles, and then you have, of course, later on, Oliver Cromwell will be passing on to his son, but that will briefly last, and then they will go back into the monarchy. So that was a brief experiment, but still, the Jews were reaccepted into England.
Came back in, yeah.
Yes.
So were they the funders of the British or English Civil War?
No, what happened was this, that the anticipation of Jews returning to Palestine and making it their national homeland was first heard among self-identified Christian groups in the 1580s, the Puritans. They were the first ones who wanted to bring back, not the Jews. The Jews didn't even have an idea about it at that point. But then the whole thing developed with, of course, the help of Manasseh ben Israel, with the help of other Jews that were like-minded, and that was the basis of what we are calling Zionism. Were these Jews probably also very rich and probably financed Cromwell? Possibly. But there is another important thing here, Michael, that the father of Sabbatai, Zevi, who will declare himself Messiah, he started to work for them and became the representative in Smyrna, in Turkey. And so when Sabbatai Zevi was born, he was given by his father these ideas of the Jews going back to Israel, of a Messiah that was required to manifest this whole thing. And so he said, okay, I'm going to be that Messiah. Let me declare myself Messiah. Understand? Now, when you these days talk to the Jews about these things, not, I mean, these are very delicate matters within Judaism, because you're talking about the links that go way back hundreds of years, and these links are not always of the best kind, okay? Because for them, Manasseh ben Israel, who got them to actually go back into England, was known throughout Europe as the ambassador of the Jews. The fact that he was inspirational, though, to the first Sabbatians was then proven by the fact that people close to Oliver Cromwell, when Sabbatai Zevi finally declared himself Messiah, they immediately jumped on board. So there is historical evidence. It's not like I'm making things up here. Everything has historical evidence that I'm talking about and very credible sources. Now, at the same time, Sadler, who was the Cromwell's secretary, was so inspired by the whole thing that he created what is known as British Israelism. You know what British Israelism is? Maybe I have a book here that is actually a very historical book that I should show you. He built the belief that the English were the lost tribe of Israel. Now, this is one of these very rare books about British Israel that was very popular back in the days, you see? The Saxon race as a lost tribe of Israel.
Wow.
Now, and this is an original book from, I think, 1880. I don't have my glasses with me. Yeah, I have them. But yes, here. This book, I think, is from... because British Israelism became very popular until, of course, with DNA, with modern DNA, things got... this is like from 1889, I think. See?
Wow.
Now, and this copy, by the way, is even more rare copy because it's from the library of a very famous guy who was Alfred Korzybski, another guy, very important guy. I have my rare books. So you know that I'm like very fond of my rare books. So, but British Israelism became inspirational, especially within Freemasonry. Up until still now, there is British Freemasons and Rosicrucians who believe that England is the lost tribe of Israel. This gives an extra amount of confidence. And of course, we have to understand the importance that England has in the constitution of modern Israel, because before Israel was founded, who was in charge? England. And before them, the Ottoman Empire, which they, of course, sabotage left, right, and center in order, and it was the actual Sabbateans, the Domme. You see, you said that the Jacob Frank, of course, you are very right when you say Frankism was developed in Ukraine, in Austria, in Poland, in all those parts in Europe, no? But then you have the Domme, who became more integrated in the course of time, who were in Turkey, in Syria, in the Middle East. Now, the Jews are divided in Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi are prevalently European. The Sephardi Jews are prevalently Middle Eastern in nature. In fact, you see them also from the way they look. Okay? Now, when Theodor Herzl went to create the Zionist movement, which then will bring the creation of Israel later on with the Balfour Declaration and then all the rest, he found himself with a very divided people, because they were, thanks to the Sabbatean Frankists, there was an increasing number of Jews who were secularized, who didn't want to have anything to do with the Hasidic Jews or with the Sephardi Jews who were kind of like, they would see. I mean, there were people who were highly insultive of their own people. Franz Kafka, you know, Franz Kafka, of course, is a very important figure. He was of Jewish origin, but he himself once, Franz Kafka, everybody knows as a writer, you know, Franz Kafka is one of the greatest, I think, in the German language, Jewish novelist born in Prague that everybody knows. But he wrote that after watching a ritual of Hasidic Jews, he wrote that these people are like primitive, tribal, they are like Africans or something like that. He said something really racist against the Jews who were still practicing Judaism in the traditional form. So there was a big divide between the more and increased secularized Jews. The Illuminati had made the Jews more secularized, the ones that converted, the ones who became less and less religious, the ones that, you know, I explained the birth of Reform Judaism, I explained the birth of liberal. I also explained the birth of the two factions that today rule Israel. Today, Israel is ruled by what used to be the labor Zionist, now it's the Democratic Party, the one that was in the hands of Ehud Barak, who brutally raped Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James, just to give you an idea. Brutally raped St. James, Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James. In that temple we saw.
Right, wow.
And then you have on the other side what is known as the more conservative forces of Judaism. But both the conservative, let me explain you this. The rabbis who understood what was happening with the Sabbatean Frankists and understood that this also these political movements were in their hands, both the conservative ones as well as the leftist ones, denounced this over and over again. They said, Judaism can be only one, and it's the one that follows the Mosaic laws, the ones that, you know, were delivered to Moses, and we respect. We respect the Torah in its traditional form. We respect Judaism the way it was given to us. Anything that comes, you know, like that is in some way being brought out of that realm is in itself wrong for traditional Jews. Now, what happens is that there were figures like, for example, Zev Jabotinsky. Have you ever heard of this guy? Zev Jabotinsky is a very important guy within Judaism because this guy, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky, is the guy who created the revisionist Zionist movement, which is today the father of the Likud party, which is the one of Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, the same people who created the Likud party on the right, the Sabbatai and Frankists created both the right and the left. So they're all played. There is, like my friend, late friend, is no longer alive, Barry Kamish, used to say, it is the Sabbatean state of Israel. It was created that way. The guy who created it, this guy, this is the Encyclopedia of Zionism, you see?
Yep.
This guy here, who created the whole thing, was this guy here, a journalist, Theodor Herzl, is considered the father of Zionism, and for this reason is considered to be, very important to the whole foundation of Israel. But what he did was to reunite, to put together those factions of ultra-religious together with the more socialist, leftist, or less religious factions. You see, he had to, like I said earlier, there was a lot of racism between Jews. That racism between Jews was then played later on by the Nazis, because when we see, for example, the typical image of the Jew with the nose, the finger, the classic guy who, like this, well, that was played by the Jews themselves. Theodor Herzl said, and this is stated in his own memoirs, that the best friends for the Jewish cause will be the anti-Semitic people, the anti-Semitic nations, the nations who persecute the Jews will be actually the best friends of the Jews in the making of Israel. He was understanding that by the persecution of the Jews will unite, and then they will be brought to Israel. And that's what happened. The Jews were persecuted in Russia, and basically in the early 1905, there was, we had earlier also other pogroms. Russia was persecution. Then you have, of course, the Holocaust. And you have, but Adolf Hitler, and that's why everything I state in my new book is from Jewish sources, so they can't come to me and say, Leo, you're an anti-Semite, because it doesn't work that way. It actually doesn't work that way. I'm going to show you now a couple of documents of great importance for your audience that maybe if I have the possibility, I want to show you here, or at least I think they are very important. Let me show you something here, very, very, very important. You have that, and now I'm going to show you, just a second, here. Now this image, and you will say, what is this image? This image might not mean anything to normal people, but this image is very important. This is Rabbi Marvin Alterman in the middle, presiding as Chief Justice of a court of 5 members from his Supreme Rabbinical Court, convened in 1976 to excommunicate Henry Kissinger as a Sabbatai and Frankist.
Wow.
Henry Kissinger went to Israel and asked, the first thing he asked, you know what it was? A sandwich with pork. But that is nothing. Henry Kissinger was, as we all know, A member of what club? The Bohemian Club. And in my book, I have a whole chapter showing you the roots of the Bohemian Club in Prague and in the Sabbatai and Frankist Lodge of the Asiatic Brethren, with receipts and academic sources certified. The Bohemian Club was founded by the Sabbatai and Frankists.
Wow.
So this is one document one thing that I think was important, but now I want to show you another one that might be of importance. And I repeat, this is very important because people will understand things with when they see. Let me take this off here, and so let me see if I can put it. Let's go back to this. Okay. This is Lex Wexner, the guy who everybody says, how comes he gave the power of attorney to Jeffrey? How is it possible? He gave his own building, the most expensive and luxurious building in New York City, to this guy. What's behind it? Well, Lex Wexner, who later became in charge of the mega group, is a Sabbatai and Frankist. That is, by the way, what you see here, another dedication to Jeffrey for his birthday. We know he liked that kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
And is the owner of the copyright of Aleister Crowley's writings, and also the secret society that has infiltrated Freemasonry to a great extent, was this gentleman here. And where was he from? He was from Vienna. And in the foundation documents of this new organization, he actually, and this is not a secret because it's in the foundation documents of this organization, he, and it's quite incredible, but he states that the ones that expired him, this guy is called Karl Kerner, is the co-founder of the Ordo Templi Orientis, okay? Just for those who don't know it. Later on, 10 years after the founding, Aleister Crowley, a few years actually after the founding, not even 10 years, Aleister Crowley got approached by Theodor Reuss, the other co-founder, who was also co-founder of the new Illuminati in Germany. He was, in his foundation documents, he said that he was basically inspired and was connected to the Asiatic Brethren, to the Frater Lucis, the Illuminati, who were the ones founded by the cousin of Jacob Frank, Moses Dobruska. Masonica that the Illuminati created there in Vienna was created by the same people who also inspired the Bohemian Club, the Asiatic Brethren, of Moses Dobruska. And Moses Dobruska, who went by various names, by the way, you can find them on Wikipedia. You can put Moses Dobruska, and you will see he has like maybe 3 or 4 names that we know of. Moses Dobruska is a very important guy. So this was the founder of the OTO, okay? While instead, another guy of great importance for our story is Moses Dobruska, because Moses Dobruska, and we can see it very easily, was related directly to Jacob Frank, and not only to Jacob Frank. Watch. Moses Dobruska. Okay. Now, you see, his mother was the first cousin of Jacob Frank, who the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Sabbatai Zevi. Then we go here, and it says, he went also by the name Julius Frey. He was one of the main activists of the Lodge Knights of the St. John Evangelist of Europe. This is the name of the Asiatic Brethren. Read. It's all that. I mean, it's like we are not making conspiracies here. This is historical evidence. Everything is asserted by historical evidence. And the grandfather, but the thing that people don't know is that the most inspirational text for the Sabbatai and Frankists, the text that inspired them in their heresies and so on, was written by the grandfather of Moses Dobruska, who was a guy called Rabbi Eshebutz. And now I'm going to show you this guy, because this guy brings us directly to the biggest controversy in Judaism, at the heart of Judaism. And here is when you have to really be careful, because the Jews, they are kind of like a little bit particular about their history. Okay? So, Jonathan, this guy here, okay, is particularly influential because he wrote the most influential book on Sabbatai Zevi and their practices, their heretical practices. And as you see here, it says, H. Booth was a Talmudist, halachist, Kabbalist, first as Dayan of Prague and later as Rabbi of the Free Communities. That is a big title for the Jews, okay? But then it says here, conflict with Jacob Emden and the Emden-Ashwood controversy. You just go down here and you see the Ashkenazi issued a ban, excommunication of the Sabbateans, and he was accused of being a Sabbatean. But in my book, I also bring you the evidence, because he was the author of this book called Come This Day Unto the Fountain, and that is the most important book ever for the Sabbatai Frankists to this day. And it's not any kind of book. It's a book where basically King David goes on a mountain and he gets into an homosexual act. So it's pretty far out stuff. I mean, by Jewish standards, you are talking about King David and you're placing him on a mountain, and instead of meeting with his friend, the official version is that King David receives a spy because his son had, waged war against him and all that. This is the history of Israel we are talking about. In the version they give, he gets in an homosexual act with this guy. I mean, it's like Aleister Crowley all over again, if you think about it. In fact, Aleister Crowley was inspired by these people. And
Wow.
we have the direct connections of it. And not only this one, these other connections. In my book, I talk about the mentor of Madame Blavatsky, Max Theon, another Polish Sabbatai Frankist. I talk about Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln. Have you ever heard of Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln? This is a character that you need to know about, because this guy, I find this character fascinating because people don't know anything about them, but they have made the history of mankind behind the scenes. Now, Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln, I want to show you this guy, because this guy went from being a Sabbatai Frankist, an Anglican priest, a Nazi spy, a Chinese habot, a Japanese, all in one life. Okay, and this is a typical example of a Sabbatean man of mystery, like Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell. It's not like a unique thing to Robert Maxwell or to Jeffrey Epstein. These characters existed, and not only they existed, they claim to reincarnate. So I'm going to show you now this guy, because this guy has a history. He even got elected, and he wasn't even English, to the English Parliament. Okay, this is one of the images of Trebisch Lincoln.
So this is kind of interesting because, we think about Jeffrey Epstein as being a Mossad spy and a CIA spy, and
that is secondary.
He's a Sabbatean. It sounds like they're they can transition because they're Sabbatean. They can do it all.
What?
Like this guy.
This is a Sabbatean. What does it say there? It says Trebisch Lincoln as Chao Kung.
Chao Kung.
Yes. What the heck? And not only.
He's got a serious face on too.
What's here? The chief of Gestapo in the Far East, SS Colin Joseph Ernst the scheme received. he proclaimed himself also as the new Dalai Lama, but this was only the second part of his life. He had another part of his life in which he actually met Adolf Hitler, and he was here in his capacity. He met Adolf Hitler, and he actually was involved in the coup that brought Hitler to power after.
Wow.
And before that, he was actually before that, he was in the SRIA in England. He was involved with the Bishop of Canterbury, and he was an Anglican priest in England. And not only that, you see here, Anglican Church of England. And on top of that, he was also elected in England he became a representative of the English Parliament, a liberal candidate. I mean, you can't make these things up. I mean, these people are, beyond the fact that they are evil, they are geniuses of evil. And because they're international men of mystery, spies, do everything and anything. They are everything and the contrary of everything. Abbott, simply because he threatened Hitler to reveal the truth about him. And so the Japanese who were occupying that part of China, you can't threaten Hitler during the Second World War. He was very powerful. And this guy had the courage to threaten Adolf Hitler. And he was a Sabbatai prank. And Adolf Hitler, like my book reveals, for those who don't know, and these are not my words, of course, because otherwise the Jews would say, Rabbi Margan. Adolf Hitler was conceived in 1888 in a Sabbatean Frankist ritual. That's it.
Wow. So these guys, if you go against them, you like you talk about in your introduction. There's the latest Virginia Giuffre. So she committed suicide. We know she didn't commit suicide.
Yeah, sure, she committed. Yeah. Okay, so everybody commits suicide. By the way, I'm alive and kicking. I'm not committing suicide. Just so you know, everybody knows.
You need a bodyguard, yeah. But I don't know you, but I could save you. So, geez.
No, the thing is this, let's say this. I have been within this world, and that's why I'm bringing you out this truth, okay? I know how deep it goes. They know who I am and how, let's say, fearless I am. But in the end, life, it's, okay, let's make it
another thing that keeps you kicking too is because you're constantly revealing. I've learned that.
Yes. Also, maybe, I have a few connections. My cousin was the bodyguard, best friend of Harry Kissinger.
Okay, there you go. You're in the family. You're good.
But let's say that what I revealed has never really gone very well for them. I mean, they are like, oh, what a bad boy. He should stop saying these things. Why doesn't he mind his own business? I remember that time when, and I have a video, but I think they closed down the channel, maybe also for that video. I just got the black book of Jeffrey Epstein and I called Prince Andrew. He answered me.
Wow. Jeez.
Right. But you see, I think one thing here is very clear from this book. Nobody can be above them. And so for this reason, we are just like 2,000 years ago. And anybody who's going to try to go about, to stop them or challenge them will be crucified. That's why I know that Donald J. Trump is not suicidal. And that's why I know that he's like, okay, let's get this thing. You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Yes, we are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, their president. But what can you do? That's how it is. Right. We are in the year 2025. You can't just simply put this truth under the carpet and hope that it goes away.
Well, your book is definitely going to help us see this information. But like you said, no one can be above them, or no one can suppress them, because they will suppress you. So you can know them for their misdeeds and so forth, but you can't do anything about it. Sounds like.
Well, when you go through all the, like B'nai Brit, maybe we can end by talking about B'nai Brit, because I think B'nai Brit is, they're the founders of the Anti-Defamation League. So they're the ones who really control the narrative here, no? Mm-hmm. So B'nai Brit is something that we should maybe discuss before the end of this show, because the foundation of B'nai Brit, it's, apart from the fact that the words B'nai Brit, what does it mean? When you go through the real meaning of it, and Rabbi Anterman was very, very careful about, he said, it means Sabbatai is my illumination. Now, the B'nai Brit is the most powerful organization in Jewish Masonic organization in the world. There is no other organization like B'nai Brit. And B'nai Brit is the one that, of course, some people might fear, because they are committed to the security and continuity of the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and combating anti-Semitism. But I made it very clear here. B'nai Brit was founded by German Jews who, after the experience of the Asiatic Brethren, German Freemasonry didn't want to welcome the Jews in their lodges. There were certain lodges who in the end ended up under the obedience of the United Grand Lodge of England, because they couldn't find any lodges in Germany that would let Jews in. There was a lot of racism against Jews, and this is very bad. There was a lot of anti-Semitism. So they came to New York, and in October 1843, they founded this organization. It was 12 of them, a bit, I think, they wanted to create something where the Jews could join and not feel left out. The problem is that all these organizations, including B'nai Brit, and what happened with the Reform Judaism and with liberal Judaism, is that they are basically deciding which of the Mosaic laws they can obey and which they can disregard. And I would like to remind those Jews that Moses will kick their asses from here to Mount Sinai. Either you obey them or you disregard them altogether. There is no compromise. Oh, this one yes, this one no. Maybe we can, And when when you see like the terrible acts that were committed by these powerful people, and Jeffrey Epstein was constructed by these people, was a construct of these people. He wasn't the ultimate, supreme manipulator. He was the guy who understood the certain things. And in fact, in my book, I also explain the similarities with the Dr. Frankenstein of Mary Shelley, because he himself was involved in the creation of Sophia the robot. Sophia the robot is today, with the Hanson Robotics behind it and the AI that is driven, one of the most complex robots in the world. And we have the evidence that the financing for the AI that drives Sophia was by Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. Jeffrey Epstein was also a scientist. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just simply the ignorant guy who, or the manipulator or the blackmailer. Jeffrey Epstein was also a scientist, a mathematician of sorts, an expert on AI of the ultimate kind. He was a friend of Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel comes from his family from Frankfurt, even if he's Christian, with an old link to the Sabbatai and Frankists.
Thiel, Sabbatai and Frankists too?
He is from a family in Frankfurt.
Wow. Okay, that explains a lot too. Wow, he's like bombshells tonight. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you read this book, it's one bombshell after the other. So at the end of the book, you're like,
Jeez.
oh my God. So I hope that this book
I hope I
continues.
get to write another book. Yeah. No kidding. Jeez.
But I think that the idea is that Jeffrey Epstein was also a mad scientist. So the concept of the Frankenstein comes from the concept of the golem. And I start my book actually talking about the golem concept in Judaism, which was this creature created with these magical formulas within Judaism. You see it there. No, go back to see there on the left. That is go on the left. That is the creation, the original creation by the rabbi in Prague, the rabbi who actually created the golem. And the golem was created in reality to defend the Jewish community. And the golem was the inspiration for then created later on the Rabbi Loev, who lived between 1512 and 1609. He created, Rabbi Judah Loev created this monster. And then, of course, on the right, you have Sophia de Robert, with the friend of Jeffrey Epstein, who is the guy who created the software and who is one of the maximum experts of artificial intelligence. So everything is connected here. And then you have on top of that, the evolutionary dynamics of Martin Novak, another guy who went many times to Little St. James. So you see, I think that this book, together with the Virginia Giuffre's book, can be really an opening for something that can really bring the system to the ground if we want.
So you think her book is relevant in complements her book?
It complements absolutely my book because that's
I'll have to get it too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that is the testimony firsthand. She didn't give the names, but the names, like her ghostwriter said, are very easily. She had she had made some testimonies that were deposited and that you can find on Google very easily. Ehud Barak, for example, is the prime minister she talked about that violently raped her. You don't have it written on the book simply because she wanted to avoid legal challenges, but because she deposited the testimony with the FBI, I think there is no problem in going and getting those testimonies. I mean, in the end, we are all expecting these Epstein files to be revealed, but I said from the start they will never be fully revealed. But a lot of what has already been revealed, if you start summing 1 + 1 = 2, gives you the result that you get what you want if you start searching. But of course, nobody could offer you what I offer in this book, which is a religious, cultural, anthropological background of all the characters. So you finally realize, oh, wow, this guy came from this family. This other guy comes from this family. This other guy comes from this family. What is Steven Spielberg doing with Les Wexner in a secret meeting? What are they doing behind the scenes? B'nai Brit created not only a financial lodge, created a number of lodges in Hollywood. They directed the narrative of Hollywood. The Sabbatai and Frankenstein, as you know, which I exposed in volume 8 of my Confessions, have directed since the beginning the narrative of Hollywood. So I think that I know, listen, Michael, I want to be very sincere. You are the only guy who is giving me the possibility of talking about my book. Up until now, very few people are having the courage to invite me on the shows.
I didn't know at first. Now I'm committed now, I guess. But no, I love your work, and I love exposing this information. Yeah, we've talked about this in some of your other work, and this is more comprehensive, obviously, and puts it all together. Wow. And we didn't really go down some of the dark roads. I kind of alluded to some of them, but it's probably better we don't go down them.
You
But
can find them on, you find them on the book. I mean,
yeah, you start to read this book, guys, you're going to see some crazy stuff. Now, somebody in the chat said that the Sophia robot looks like Virginia, and I agree. When Virginia was a little girl, was basically 12 years old or however old she was when Jeffrey Epstein was sporting her around.
It's possible, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. The fact that after, when the robot was launched in 2016, they publicly said, it doesn't have nothing to do with it. But then, the evidence is there. He founded the AI for the actual, software for the robot. And he had announced the birth of Sophia, the robot, 3 years before it was announced publicly with the name Sophia. So, I mean, Hanson Robotics is also, really typical of those people who, like I said in my book, once Epstein was suddenly compromised, they soon, deflected and said, "Oh, we don't know him, we don't want to," But the truth is there. I mean, in this day and age, you can't escape the information background behind Epstein, and all the links, they are there and they are proven already. And like I said, I think it's complementary to the work of Virginia, because Virginia has been a victim. And of course, she's been eliminated. And I'm convinced that she's been suicided, just like everybody else. And aside from, Jean-Luc Brunel, who gave him more than 1,000 girls, aside from Ghislaine Maxwell and himself, nobody else has been arrested. And that really explains you the power of these people. They are above the law. And it's really sad that the whole of the Western world, the judiciary, is compromised.
Wow. Stunning work, Leo. And thanks so much for coming out and revealing this. Because so many people have been stuck on this. Why? And this, you've answered it to a great extent.
Yeah, no, once the question was always reoccurring for years. And, it's always like the journalist that usually does this kind of work is always like, oh, well, but then there is the intelligence involved, there is elite people involved, and we cannot really understand what they are doing. And so, it always kind of stops. And you can't really dig deeper. And I wanted to instead reveal what is behind this whole thing, because I don't have, I'm not the New York Times journalist, or the guy who has maybe a big contract, who might be scared of losing his job. I'm simply bringing out books independently, and I hope that with Cursum Perficio, with my wife, we can continue doing this and bringing out the truth in this crucial time in our history.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. Wow.
So thank you for having me on, and God bless all your audience today. Many, I see that enjoying the show. I hope that in the coming days, the show really reaches more people possible. So it's your responsibility, guys, who are watching this show now, to share it everywhere and anywhere.
Yep, you can get it right now in Kindle or paperback. So it's definitely a good book, guys. Wow, what a great reveal. So get it on Amazon. Links down in the description box. All right, thanks, Leo. It's been amazing adventure with you over the last several years, revealing all this information. I thank you so much, and my audience thanks you. So,
and I hope I can come back here on this show in a few months and say it's a bestseller.
I hope, yeah, the two of us can, do future shows.
Absolutely. Take care. God bless you.
God bless you too. Thanks. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Joined once again by Ole Demigard. He's been out there around the world, traveling Africa. Of course, he's a man of mystery, but he gets a lot of work done. So you've been looking at the JFK files, doing some great research. I see on your website, lightonconspiracies.com. It's very, very interesting. I think I'm gonna have to get that. That looks very, very, very good. You gonna talk a little bit about that?
For sure, especially now, because you might have noticed that I've been a bit quiet, at least on many shows, and the reason for that is that I found that it's so hard to trust information nowadays. I have no idea what is true and what is not true, what we're being fed, you know. So I'm since I have people listening to what I'm saying, I just felt, whoa, I need to be absolutely sure before I'm part of spreading things that could be absolutely part of deception, you know.
Yeah.
So very confusing now with AI and the abilities of manipulating videos and audio. And I mean, now we have access to this technology. Just imagine the forces behind these, this dark agenda. How long have they had access to this? Because normally they're like 30, 40, 50 years ahead. I mean, you know, from the inside that when it goes public, then it's been around for a while. And so I find it very interesting, exciting, scary as hell, when with the possibility that AI gives us. So anyway, I've taken a step back and just I thought I was stuck here in Indonesia for until we turn this world around, but instead I've been able to go to countries that are not sort of like in the exactly the same grip of this agenda. And because, like we mentioned before, I face a long prison term apparently in Sweden if I return for speaking out. There, between 18 and 22 years have been mentioned because I've been exposing these operations and especially criticizing NATO. So, which is what I do when I look into these dark things, because that's what I find. So anyway, so that's not a direction I go, but I was invited to South Africa. I want to tell you about that later on. But one of the things that I've done, because I've been working just nonstop with other stuff, and one of the things that I've been really digging into is these JFK files, because it's one of the biggest mysteries in the world. It's also, I would say, the overtake of one massive step forward for the powers that are still there. That day in Dallas in November '63, they took a massive step forward. And from that day, when they blew the head of JFK, they moved in on so many different fronts where they took over society on a global scale with the sex, drugs, rock and roll, with the epidemic of war, you know, just spreading all over the world in a whole new, on a whole new level. So many coups d'etats, so many leaders that have been assassinated, executed, not only in the U.S. but otherwise in the world as well. And then came 9/11, same power structure in the background, and then came Operation COVID, same power structure in the background. And so I always felt that JFK is so much more than just the death of one person and a political power taking over. It was sort of the cornerstones of this situation we are in today. So if we can expose that, we can also find the truth about so many other things that have happened. This is also why I was very happy to bring James Files on your show, because he, as the shooter of the one that fired the final headshot on JFK, he is one of the key witnesses, I would suggest, to hundreds. If you look into his background and what he knows, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
If his testimonial would be spread big time, it would just like blow the lid off so many things. So very happy that I could bring him on your show. Very grateful that you accepted that, and also that you have brought it to two steps forward now with Jim Scott also, where you're actually approaching Donald Trump saying, give this man amnesty. He's 83. Come on, the truth is what counts, and so that we can get it out there. So I think really interesting to see who dear Mr. Donald is. Because if he is who he says he is, I mean, if I was him, I would just welcome James files like this and say, yep, we're draining the swamp. Get it on, get it on, get it on, and give him the best treatment so that he stays healthy and can help us with the truth. So is this the case? Now we've been told also that he first in 2017, he released a major part of the so-called JFK files. And then now in 2025, just a few months ago, he released another 69,000 documents. So, and was hailed as a hero around the world for doing exactly that. So somebody like me who have dedicated the last, I don't know, godforsaken 44 years or whatever, looking very deeply into the JFK assassination, that it should be Christmas Day for me. Like should just be jumping around in joy, saying, oh my God, finally, free at last. No, not that, but the truth at last. Now we will be given the real truth, because this is it. All of it has been released now. So if you look at Wikipedia, it is said that there were somewhere between 250,000 to 300,000 documents that was withheld because of different reasons. The reasons we've been told is that, for one thing, that we couldn't handle the truth. Okay. Also, that the reason they didn't want to share this information was that it would expose the identity of many CIA operatives around the world that was in active operations or had been in active operations, and that this would expose them and put them at great danger. So that I can respect. But at the same time, also, over all of these years, what I've learned from people on the inside, like James Files, is that there are no paper trails. In these big operations, there are very, very, very little paper trails. So 250,000 documents, at least they were organized and systemized and categorized in files, and so absolutely not. There's been no, they're completely just in a jumble, you can take, the only thing that is there are numbers. So you click on a number, it can be about James Earl's race fingerprint. The next one is about some CIA operative in Bulgaria. The next one is some CIA being promoted for blah, blah, blah. The next one is some Chinese delegation being sent. So I was like, what is going on here? When you look at the Warren Commission that followed the assassination, and if I'm correct, was completely part of the assassination itself as a cover-up, as part of the cover-up, which is the classical setup. The assassination is carried out by one power structure. The investigation is there as part of the assassination, who have been funded and supported by the people that did the assassination. And then this is then followed by commission after commission that is part of the cover-up. So when did these files even get to become known? It was after the Oliver Stone movie JFK, which was released in 1991, I think, and which, if you ask me, I'm not such a great fan of Oliver Stone with other movies, but that one, oh my God, I think it is almost like a pristine piece of evidence. It is so too detailed, it's so correct. I can only say from my research, it is absolutely spot on all the way through, even though the real conspiracy behind it is even bigger. But incredible that he brought it forward in that way. Yes, I know about producers, I know about funders, I know about connections here and there and everywhere. I don't know about these things. Just know that the movie itself, unbelievably well done. So that thing, up until that movie was released, and millions and millions of viewers all over the world got access to it, the JFK assassination was of interest, but not at all on the scale that it was after the movie. It just exploded globally, where people were just like blown away to the fact that apparently some very dark forces, and not this lone patsy, had carried this thing out. So a lot of pressure was put on agencies like the CIA, because there was very obvious that there was a massive, big, dirty finger of theirs involved in this whole thing. So in 1992, the President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush, he decided to release the first batch. And I find it highly interesting that George Bush Sr., who was actually the paymaster of one part of the assassins that was there that day, a major part of that assassination was carried out by a group called Operation 40 or Group 40. I know James Files, who was one of the first members of Group 40, he's only talking about his own involvement, Chucky Nicoletti, Johnny Rosselli, and some other people there that day. And he believes, and I completely believe that this is what he sees as the truth, that there were only two shooters, Chucky and him, that day. He also spent the whole of 1964, more or less, he can't remember anything hardly of that year, because he was put through a lot of different processes, debriefing and MK Ultra methods and stuff like that, I think, to erase a lot of the memories from that day. They could very easily have gotten rid of him, but he was such a great asset for George Bush Sr. and the CIA as well as an assassin, so they decided to keep him and instead erase his memory so that he will only remember very few things about this whole thing. And then he kept quiet for all of these years. It was only because he met Jesus in high security prison, and Jesus said, "Listen, Jim, you got another task. Sorry, but get your butt out of the bed and you have to stand up for truth." Amazing, amazing. And for also that he did it for his friend Joe West, who died under mysterious circumstances, but that he had the courage, the enormous courage, to stand up for truth, and which he has done from the mid-90s and onwards. And unbelievable, unbelievable. But on location that day were so many assassins. Dealey Plaza is a small little place. It was like the who's who of top assassins, mafia, CIA, also very strange elements from the Secret Service, from the Dallas police, and so on. All of them were there, like a Michael Jackson concert where all the other top musicians are there as well. Boom, here it was just like that. But anyway, in 1992, President George Herbert Walker Bush, the paymaster of Operation 40, decided to release the first batch. And he said that it will take another 25 years before we can handle the truth, and the rest will be released. The reason they always put these like 30 years, very often it's 70 years. They say in 70 years you will be given the document. The only reason for that is by then their sorry asses will be 6 foot under, and they cannot be held responsible. This whole thing, national security, my butt, it's national security, their security. It's their security that they don't want us to see. So anyway, 1992, the first batch of 250,000 to 300,000 documents were released. Then in 2017, we have Donald Trump, who was draining the swamp, who said that he ordered another release of a large batch of JFK files. However, he said that for national security reasons, sorry, once again, we just can't give you all of it. I really want to, but no. So hundreds of thousands of pages were released, but it was incomplete. Then in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, President Joe Biden said, okay, fine, boom, here's another. There was like, I think there was about 14,000 records scheduled for disclosure in December 2022 and 2023. So another batch was given to us. And then in March, I think it was March 18, this year, President Donald Trump said, okay, guys, you are ready for it. You're grown-ups now. Here is the truth, nothing but the truth. And boom, there you go. So excellent. After all of these years, we have been given the truth. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And Donald Trump in global media has been pumped up as this finally somebody has the guts to stand up and give us this. So this should be amazing. The thing is, when you go through these documents, and when I've been taking a step back with many different interviews, I have not been sitting around playing with my belly button. I have been really doing a lot of work, and so I've gone through more or less 250,000 pages, every single one. I'm not finished yet, but I'm like like 75, 80%. I'm through it. I'm gonna go through all of it. And what I've done is I categorize them so that they're easy to access and understand what's actually going on. But at the same time, you also need to know what to look for, because once you get into this world, you start looking at these documents and it's like, oh my God, top secret this, and signed by J. Edgar Hoover or Richard Helms, and there's a lot of things that they pointed out and notes, and it looks all like, whoa, this is like being in a spy movie. This is incredible. Mission Impossible, come into my life. For sure. But then after a while, when you start getting used to reading these documents, you start seeing that, okay, what is this? What is that? I don't understand. So you really need to know what to look for to see if there's anything of value. And that day in Dallas, I'm just going to list some names to look out for, because I've been focusing so many years on finding out on a street level who was there, who did what. And I know that even top researchers, we are just a handful that is really have dedicated their life to find out this thing. We are not, we don't agree ourselves among each other who was actually there, who was the shooters, how many were there. So you have to really give it to the people behind this this operation, because it's really a masterpiece of how to carry it out. I mean, still after more than 60 years, we're confused. So anyway, I am willing to put my reputation, my whole blah 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 on the findings that I have found. I've really done my utmost. I've also been invited 3 times as a speaker to Dallas. I've also become friends, very close friend with Judith Berry Baker, the mistress of Lee Harvey Oswald, who is also indirectly hired by the CIA as part of an operation in New Orleans that was there with a series of super secret laboratories where they were creating a bioweapon as a way to assassinate Fidel Castro. And in that whole operation that was under the caring hands of Dr. Mary Sherman, we had people like Altan Oshner, the Dr. Altan Oshner, who was also part of weaponizing this alleged virus SV40 that is now being found in all of the vaccines, more or less all cancer cases around the world at autopsies. This SV40, I would strongly suggest that was the thing that was created in the late 50s and early 60s is what has created this mass epidemic of cancer cases in the billions around the world. This one is a real bad boy who was distributed through vaccines to the global population. Very nasty, very nasty. But there was also people involved in that without knowing that this was going to be the cause at all. They had no idea. They were like Judith Berry Baker. She was very innocent and really thought that the monster and the enemy of the world was this individual called Fidel Castro. She had no idea that she was being manipulated and that this was going to be used in a completely different way. But you had Lee D. Harvey Oswald, who she fell in love with, who I think was her controller in this operation. Not that she's still to this day aware of it, but they fell in love. And it was almost like a Romeo-Juliet thing, where actually he was being prepared as the patsy without knowing it, but he found out about 5-6 months before the assassination that they were actually setting him up. And then he, instead of disappearing and putting his family at risk and Judith at risk and so on, he decided to stay and try and do everything he could to expose the thing and save Kennedy, because he was a big supporter of Kennedy. So not a patsy, not a murderer, instead absolutely heroic individual who actually sacrificed his life. But in that group in New Orleans also you had like Clay Shaw, this businessman who was very involved in Perm Index and other very dark stuff. You had Jack Ruby, you had Dave Ferry. I mean, for anyone who's interested in the JFK assassination, these names comes up all the time. But also there was this whole thing that was being set up to assassinate Fidel Castro. It went under different names. One of the names was Operation Mongoose. And a lot of weapons were being smuggled, and there were different training camps for assassins and groups and exiled Cubans to be used against Fidel Castro. But while they were doing it, while Operation 40 was created, they started using them also in other areas, in other South American countries, where they took out different leaders and with assassinations, many manipulation, blackmail, you name it. But Operation 40 was being used, started to being used with George Bush Sr. as a paymaster, but also Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon in the background. That were using it as a death tool in many, many different locations. And then it started being more and more. Also, the CIA went into bed with a mob, with Sam Giancana, Santos Traficante, Carlos Marcello, where they started using the mob also as a death tool, as a hit tool when they couldn't carry things out themselves. So there was this unholy alliance backed with big oil money, backed with money from the military-industrial complex, and then with the CIA on top, with all the different angles to that whole thing. So when you look, I just want to go through a few names that are names that I know was there in Dallas that day. Every single name has taken me years and years and years to uncover. So we have Chucky Nicoletti. He was one of the shooters. He was in the Daltex building. Next to him was Tony Izquierdo. He was the spotter. He was from very close to Operation 40 as well, who was in the Daltex building. He is the very dark-skinned African American or exiled Cuban, who you can see stick out his head on one of the photos right after the shots have been fired. Chucky Nicoletti was a hitman under Sam Giancana and was there that day on order from Tony Acuerdo and Giancana as part of this operation, as one of the shooters. In the same room was Johnny Rosselli, also who was supposed to be one of the shooters. He was the liaison between the Chicago mob, Hollywood, and CIA. So he was the guy that went in between. He and a lawyer called Robin Mayhew are in the background all the time doing the fiddling around with getting these operations together. Also in the same room when the shots were fired were a guy called Eugene Braden, or he's got different names, Jim Bradley and so on. He was a mobster from LA, and he was sent that day to let these people into the Daltex building from the parking lot on the behind it, to the side of it, and let them into this room on the second floor that was owned by a mining company that, as if I'm correct, was controlled by the CIA and was being renovated at the time. At least that is what they said, so they had closed it off. So that's where they were let in that area. You had multiple shooters around the whole thing. And so if we go to the Texas School Book Depository on the 6th floor, where Lee Harvey Oswald is said to have been, there were 3 people observed up there with rifles, and some people thought, oh, Secret Service is here, but they were there to make sure that people saw them, meaning that they saw somebody was there with a rifle so that they could blame Lee Oswald. And so I don't think that there were any shots fired from that floor, because you have a big window, a big tree in between the 6th floor and where the limo came. You could have fired when they came down Houston Street, but nobody shot there. But anyway, if I'm correct, the 3 people up there was Eladio Del Valle, a former Batista politician and also part of the Cuban Secret Service, the secret police in Cuba, and part of this whole thing to kill Kennedy. He was part of Operation Mongoose. He's been identified to me by Cuban intelligence agency. He fits in the exact profile, and he was also murdered on the very same day as Dave Ferry, when they started cleaning up the whole area before the House Select Committee of Assassinations, when they were being called to give testimony. Then so many people died. Second guy, Herminio Diaz Garcia, a dark-skinned Cuban who was also an expert marksman. He was an assassin on a very high level. He was part of trying to take out I think 1 or 2 of the leaders in Central America. He was part of many, many things, and then he died officially in 1966 in a shootout in Mexico City. But then later he appeared again. And this is one of the things, the best assassins are people that don't exist, like who are dead. But what often happens is that they officially die and then they reappear under another identity, but then can be used. Just like Jim Sutton died at birth and then became James Files later in life. Anyway, the third guy up on that floor, Richard Kane. Many people think it was Mac Wallace, the head assassin of Lyndon Baines Johnson, sorry. But I truly believe that the guy was Richard Kane, who was a Chicago police officer, but strongly connected with Sam Giancana, many different CIA operations, had direct connections also to Oswald in Japan and other places. And he was the guy who was up there. He was there with Sam Giancana that day. They both stayed at the Adolphus Hotel just down the road. And I believe the Adolphus Hotel is very central in this whole thing also. I believe that's where the headquarters for this operation was. So these people also they were seen on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, but then they just disappeared because they did a very detailed investigation on how did Oswald get down from the 6th floor. And because the elevator, there was a lift there, the power was cut just 1 minute before the assassination. I think completely by design, the power was cut, so he couldn't use the lift. And there were people walking in the stair, going up and down the stairs. And they didn't pass there, according to the witnesses. So how did these 3 people get out of the building after leaving the rifle and the empty shells there, pointing at the Patsy Lee Oswald? I would strongly suggest that what they did was they abseiled down on the inside of the shaft, of the elevator shaft. I asked James Files if Operation 40 was trained in that, and he said yes, for sure. They even did it from coming down from helicopters, just like you see the Black Ops or SWAT teams like you, Michael. I'm sure you have been doing that as well. And that is how they got down. That's why the power was cut, so that the elevator couldn't be used. And then you see witnesses saw these 3 people coming out on the backside of the Texas School Book Depository, where 2 of them were picked up in a car, I believe was driven by David Sanchez Morales. The car was most probably Ruth Payne's car, and then taken off going down Houston Street up towards the Cabana Motor Hotel. I think that is the same car that turned around then, came back, and then picked up Lee Oswald. This is where Roger Craig, the deputy sheriff, saw him being picked up, and then what happened then after that, I'm not sure how he got to his the place where he stayed. But anyway, you had Roscoe White, a Dallas police officer, who was one of the shooters, according to himself, who died. He was being killed in a fire, a set-up fire. But anyway, according to his son and according to things that was found in his possessions, I truly believe that Roscoe White was one of the shooters. But his son and other people believed that he was behind the picket fence because that is what he said. The thing is with Dealey Plaza is that it's designed in a very unusual way. It's like a pyramid shape, and the whole layout is very Freemasonic. Also, this is the location of the very first Freemasonic lodge in Dallas. I don't think that is a coincidence that they chose this place. Also, there's already an obelisk there, and the whole thing is Dallas. When you look at the design and the towers, and so Freemasonic. But anyway, I believe that he was behind the picket fence, but on the south side of Dealey Plaza, which is identical to the north side. So many people said that no, Jimmy Files couldn't have been the shooter behind the picket fence because it was Roscoe White. I think Roscoe White was on the other side. And on that side, we had the pilot Tosh Plumlee, who's also part of Operation 40, who was flying in what he called an abort team that day. And he was right there seeing when the motorcade came down Elm Street, when a shot was fired behind him, and they even felt the gun smoke and all these things. I think what they heard and saw was the shot fired by Roscoe White. Speculation, but that's what I think. Then we have the so-called black dog or badge man. His name was Lucien Sarti. He was a hitman from the Marseille mob, who was being brought in by Carlos Marcello, the mafia boss down in New Orleans, and he was supplying this shooter for this guy. Very, very tricky individual to pin down. Very skilled, very fearless, and being used in many top-level assassinations as well. He had a black police uniform on, a black Dallas police uniform on that day. That's why he was called Black Dog or Badge Man, also because you can see the uniform. E. Howard Hunt, who is one of the architects of this assassination, pointed him out in his deathbed confession that he did to his son, St. John, who I had the great pleasure of becoming friends with as well. I've become close to quite a few of the people very close to this whole thing. Another guy on location was Frank Sturgis, or Frank Fiorini, later one of the Watergate burglars, who, according to James Files, was standing on the grassy knoll, but a bit further down to the left of him, in a green bomber jacket, but that was before the assassination. Then he just has not been seen. He's not on any photos that I can see in Dallas. People have not pointed him out, but there are some of the shooter positions where I don't know who was there, and one of them is down the storm drain, where you see there's like a manhole just to the right of the stairs coming down the grassy knoll. Somebody was down there, I believe, firing a shot at the very same second as Chucky Nicoletti hit the head. When the limo stopped, more or less stopped, Chucky Nicoletti fired one shot that threw the head, JFK's head, forward a little bit. That's where James Files says that he had aimed in on JFK's right eye, but that the head was thrown forward a little bit, just a hundredth of a second before, and so James Files' shot hit here on the side of the head instead of in the eye. But when you look at there's been different data, I don't know how to say, but there's some data experts that have gone through the whole thing of what his skull really looked like, and they say that it's very obvious that one shots come from down and from below to the right, and I think from the storm drain. When the limo stopped, all the shooters were aiming in on his head, and I believe 3 shots were fired, and this is also what made Kennedy's head just blow up, literally. So we have, sorry, we have. I'm just going to go through. There's a lot of names, but I hope bear with me, because this is what it's taken me all of these years to identify these people. And a lot of people are very, very confused around this thing, so I hope it can be of value. Behind the picket fence, we have James Files, who had in great detail described what happened that day. Okay. He also said that why he was there, General Sheffield, Ed Lansdale came over, spoke to him. This is when you when you see the railroad guy that was up in the tower, the railroad tower. He saw 2 people behind the fence talking, smoking cigarettes and so on before the shooting took place. That's, if I'm correct, James Files and Edward Lansdale. Edward Lansdale is also on the photo with the 3 traps. He's the guy that are meeting them, and who was identified by Fletcher Prouty, who knew him very well, and who was there that day as a coordinator of the whole thing. There were at least 3 different coordinators of the different teams. Lansdale, E. Howard Hunt, you had also Jack Ruby, as far as I know, was also one of the people that was taking care of this whole thing. Then you have when the limo came around the corner, there was the so-called umbrella man. The umbrella man was, even though it was sunny that day, was standing flapping with his umbrella, looking very odd on this sunny day, just before the shots. And many speculations have been made about, oh, was it a weapon? Was it a secret thing? Was it a sign? What was this umbrella man doing, and who was he? If I'm correct, his name was Roy Hargraves, Operation 40, and his task was to just stand and show the cross point for the different shooters so that they could fire at the same time. They even had painted, made yellow markings on the sidewalk, what they call the death zone, so that the shooters would fire within the yellow markings, meaning that it could be blamed on one shooter, because you couldn't have like that the shots were coming like boom, 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 boom. Then nobody would buy that it was a one-man job. But if there was like boom, 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 something like that, when everybody was firing at the same time, they could blame it on echo in between the buildings, that no, there was only 3 shots fired, you got confused, whatever. So this was the reason, and I believe the reason he stood there with the umbrella, I'm not even sure that he knew that that was what he was doing, because it put him in a very dangerous position, but he was placed there, I believe, to mark the crossing point. Here, start shooting. And also with the umbrella high up so that it could be seen from all directions. Then the guy next to him, a dark-skinned individual who is stepping out in the street in front of the limo, like waving, but also has like a walkie-talkie in his back pocket. His name, Felipe Vidal Santiago. He was part of Operation 40 of this super secret team of assassins. And he was later under the fake identity of Charles Morgan. He was traveling around in the world recruiting assassins on locations for jobs down in Africa. And also he was in Sweden in 1985 trying to recruit assassins in Sweden for the hit of the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme in February of 1986. So we have another guy up on the grassy knoll when people were running up the hill trying to get up to where they saw that somebody had fired a shot there. There was this Secret Service guy who was showing his identity and was stopping people, saying, "No, no, go back." If I'm correct, his name was Bernard Barker, sorry, Bernard L. Barker. And he was very closely associated with Operation 40. He was a close friend of E. Howard Hunt. He was also later one of the Watergate burglars. I'm just going to go through some more names also. If you know about the JFK's case, I really hope that this can be of great value to you. If you're not really well read in this area, please bear with me. There was one guy, Antonio Veciana, who was there, I think, as a coordinator that day. He was not any of the shooters or whatever, but you have to look also at the Secret Service part of it, because they were completely setting him up. And the driver, William Greer, behaved very, very odd, to say the least. Instead of stepping on it when the first shots were fired, he made the limo come to a almost or full stop, and that's where the real kill took place, and then he sped off. So very, very odd. And also there's footage of this manipulated Zapruder movie. Very, very hard to know what is real and what is not on that, because they manipulate it, especially with the background, and the car has been moved, and yeah, odd things are happening. But it looks like that he turned around, the driver turned around, was watching to see if JFK was hit or not, and that he had a gun in his right hand and fired a shot. According to William Cooper, who was this former operative who also blew the whistle on 9/11, later was killed. He went forward and said that William Greer had used a special weapon with some turquoise poison and fired a shot. It is possible. It is very possible, because the main thing that day was that JFK would not get out alive. That was it. That was it. So it is possible that he also turned around and fired this shot, because shots were coming from all over the place. How they controlled this guy, how they got these people to sit in the same car with all of these bullets coming in from different directions, I can only say possible mind control, or I don't understand. But William Greer has also a different background than most Secret Service individuals, and as far as I know, hadn't been working that long in that detail, but was sort of called in quite close to when this happened. There's another radio operator on location also. His name was Jim Hicks. You see in photos he was walking around with a walkie-talkie in his back pocket. He was later put away in a mental institution. Like many of these people, either ended up dead or put away and just shut down. We also had I mentioned these 3 tramps after the assassination. The police went over to the boxcars, and the train was stopped by Lee Bowers. And so instead of these people that were inside the boxcar that was supposed to be transported out of the location right after the shots were fired, they were taken by the Dallas police. And you will see that they're being escorted to the police station in a very casual way, like the police are not on guard. This is right after the president had been assassinated, so they should have really been like on high alert with adrenaline. All that. You see the exact opposite. And so the 3 tramps, if I'm correct again, there was the old tramp, a small guy that many people think was E. Howard Hunt, but his real name was Chauncey Holt. He was a CIA operative, a master of fakery, a forgery. He was like a really interesting individual, circus artist and pilot and you name it, and who used to work for the mob, but also for the CIA. And he was there that day to deliver the Secret Service badges and other stuff, forged stuff, for the assassination. He left that in a pickup truck in the parking lot right before that. He had no idea, according to what he said himself, that there was going to be a hit That was not what he was. He didn't know it. And when you look at these operations, very often they're completely compartmentalized. That every single person only knows their little part, nothing else. Then we have the tall guy in the middle. His name was Charles Harrelson. He was an assassin from Texas, who in the end was put away until he died for a murder of a judge down in San Antonio, I believe. He was actually the father of Woody Harrelson. And this is quite interesting that then Oliver Stone used Woody Harrelson, of all people, for Natural Born Killers and these other things. But anyway, I'm sure it's a big tragedy for Woody that to be connected like that with his father. And then the front person of these three tramps was a guy that went under the name of Frenchie, also Carlos Montoya, or his real name was Charles Frederick Rogers. He was also an assassin, very, very brutal guy, who I believe, if I've been correctly informed, was actually the controller or handler of James Earl Ray, the patsy to become of the Martin Luther King assassination, while he was being prepped as a patsy. He was one of the people that was doing that was Charles Frederick Rogers. He later disappeared, and when he disappeared, it was discovered that his parents had been murdered and chopped up and put in a fridge, and he is being blamed for that. In the world of the mob and the CIA, very hard to know if somebody did that to his parents and to scare him off or whatever, but he disappeared and was later, I believe, seen down in Central America, where he was working the School of Americas, which was school education for assassins, torturers, and so on. Very brutal guy. Then in the background, we also had David Sanchez Morales, as I said before, Operation 40, very, very ice-cold killer, who was on the corner of Houston and Elm Street. You can see he's parked the car on the wrong side of the road, and he's up at a telephone pole, a light post, looking at the assassination. If you zoom in on these very famous photo, you will see that's David Sanchez Morales. He was later part of going down with Felix Rodriguez and James Files to Bolivia, where they found and executed Che Guevara on the orders of George Bush Sr. and others. And he was also at the Ambassador Hotel in 1968 when RFK was assassinated. He was part of that operation, and many, many, many others. Very brutal individual. In the background of this, I would strongly suggest that David Atlee Phillips, the handler of Lee Oswald, but also the handler of Gary Marlowe, the shooter of the J.D. Tippit, and James Files. This is David Atlee Phillips, very, very central in this assassination. Also the chief of the CIA station in Mexico City. Mexico City also very central in the preparation for this setup of the patsy. You had Lyndon B. Johnson in the background, who was about to face trial. He was just about to be taken to court that day when JFK was taken out for so many counts of illegal stuff, including 8 murders that his head killer, Mac Wallace, had carried out for him. One of them being Lyndon's own sister, who was an alcoholic and who was just a big mouth, and they decided to shut her up. Another guy was William Harvey. He was a high-up CIA coordinator. He was called Wild Bill. He was in the background big time when it came to the creation of Operation 40, and also a variation of Operation 40 that went under different names. One of the names they used was Amos, A-M-A-M-A-M-O-S. Another one was ZR Rifle, the CR Rifle Project. There's also something called Operation Zipper, which is some newly found documents that shows, if they are true, if these are actual authentic documents, that shows the people that were in the top of this operation, and this is where these people appear. Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, who's also, when you look into so much of the dark things that has happened in the world after the Second World War, he is a key person. He was fired by JFK, together with Richard Bissell, the military guy, and also Cabell, General Cabell. And these were fired. These were holy cows, but JFK fired them, and this really started them sort of going for JFK. And later also Alan Dulles, suddenly from being fired, he was a major part of the Warren Commission, covering the whole thing up. Then we have George Bush Sr., like I said before, as a young CIA operative, the paymaster, the guy that funneled the funds into Operation 40, and then used that team of assassins his whole career. I mean, it's unbelievable where these people have turned up. Other people like Ted Shackley in the background. Also, I believe he was on location in Dallas that day. He's the guy that is almost being arrested by the Dallas police. If you look at his face and Ted Shackley, the blonde ghost, very, very, very similar. This guy who later became the chief of the Western Hemisphere after David Atlee Phillips, the coordinator for these operations for the Western Hemisphere. I mean, these are big, big boys. He was also later in Operation Phoenix and in Vietnam, where many of them was transported to carry out the things there. And then, you have Operation Condor in South America and so on, where death is sort of the common denominator. And then, of course, sorry, am I rambling on? Go for it.
No, that's good. So you're putting a lot of pieces together. It's amazing you have, I mean, your memory is like better than most people for like decades upon decades of information. It's like incredible.
Well, I'm just saying that you need to know what to look for, because like,
right.
Otherwise, there are thousands of Spanish Cuban names, there are thousands of operatives, there are thousands. So if you don't know exactly who to look for, you won't have a chance to know what. So I'm just going to go through a few more. And there was the Novo Sampol brothers, that there was one of the members, the only female member of Operation 40, her name is Marita Lawrence. She said that there were two cars coming from Miami loaded with guns that day, and in that car were the Novo Sampol brothers, Pedro Diaz-Lanz, and other high-level exile Cubans, Frank Sturgis, and some other people that were carrying there. So the Novo Sampol brothers were in Dallas. I have not been able to identify them on location. We have Gary Hemming, also another operative who is very close to that, also present in Dallas. Orlando Bosch, who is also called Dr. Death, and who carried out hundreds and hundreds of so-called terror attacks, including bombing civilian airliners and stuff during these years, and then pardoned by George Bush Sr., of all people, together with Luis Posada Carrilles, another super terrorist, also under the wings of George Bush Sr. through over many years. Anyway, so these are the people to look out for, like especially like James Files. There should be loads about him. There should be loads about Chauncey Holt. There's two shooters I haven't pointed out: Walter Tobinski, Clyde Forshaw, very unknown names to most people. But I was thinking if I could just share screen with you just for a little second. I'm going to show one of the shooters that not a lot of people are aware of at all. So can I share screen on this one? I do not know how to do that.
Yeah, down at the bottom it says present.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Click on that and then share screen. And at the top, when you hit share screen, there'll be a window. Click on the window and click on what you want to share.
Window. Okay, boom.
You got it.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had one of the first shots fired hit JFK in the throat. It was a tiny little hole, and it didn't went through the neck, meaning that it was it was not like a high-powered rifle or anything like that. That is what makes JFK throw up his hands like this. According to a witness that I had about 100 hours of recorded phone calls with, absolutely incredible memory, photographic memory, just like Judith Ferry Baker. Her name was Haley Otis, and she was the cousin of a man called Clyde Forshaw, and or a close relative to Clyde Forshaw, and his cousin Walter Tabinski. And according to her, these people have been responsible for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of murders and slaughters and all kinds of things that was connected to the CIA, but also the mob, both in the US and in China. They were like doing the wet work for so many. And she was the one that pointed out this shooter to me, that for some reason, very few, I haven't seen any other JFK researcher pointing this guy out, and he's so obvious once you see him. So please look out for a guy on the grassed area. He's standing in a shooting position with a small little gun, and then a big bulletproof vest on. Who would bring a big bulletproof vest on, I ask you, on a sunny day in November? And once there's a cut in the Zapruder movie, just when the limo comes in between this Stedman's Free Highway, whatever the name was, and then he comes out. So you can't really trust how they're synchronized. But look, this guy standing only a few feet away, and once he fires the shot, he just very relaxed lets his hands drop to the side. So I'm just gonna play it to you, and you can see for yourself. There he is. Boom. Boom.
It's not playing on our end.
It's not playing.
No.
I'll try again. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Screen. Window. Can you see the slide itself?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Can you see it moving now?
No, it's not moving, unfortunately.
Okay. Anyway, unfortunately, that is maybe if I show just a static slide. Present, share screen, window, boom. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you see the slide itself with the two photos on them?
Yeah, we see those.
Okay, so can you see my mouse here?
Yep.
Okay, so if you look at that arrow, this guy his name is Walter Tabinski. He is the guy that went to that was taking photos of outside the embassy in Mexico City, pretending to be Oswald. You can see that in the JFK movie. They show the photos of this guy that has been identified as Lee Oswald, but it's very clearly not. And they're saying this, who is this guy in Mexico City? This is a massive big mystery. I tell you, the mystery is solved. His name, Walter Tabinski, lives in Toronto if he's still alive. He was just like James Files. He was born into one of these programs for assassins, from a very early age, trained as an assassin from Operation Paperclip with these scientists. So you had both him, Walter Tubinsky, and his cousin Clyde Forshaw, who is the shooter between Abrams Zapruder and Batchman. There's a car that has been reversed out right next to it with his elbow on the roof of the car is Clyde Forshaw. Nobody's shooting from that side except James Files, as far as I know. But there are shooters there as backup because this is the thing. There was not supposed to be a shot fired from that direction because it completely the wrong direction. So James Files followed ordered, but really messed it up. And which is something I'm very grateful, because that was the thing that got me started, that it came from completely the wrong direction. But anyway, can you see the photos of the guy outside the embassy and where he's standing? Right after the shots have been fired, this guy very calmly walks across the street. If you look at the photo to the left, can you see that bulletproof vest?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is not discreet. But he knew what was going. I mean, he knew that he was in the line of fire. He just very calmly walked across the street and had a bicycle there, that he took the bicycle and just took off. This is according to himself, bragging to Haley Otis, who, if you go to my website there, you will find all at least 100 hours of phone calls about this thing with Jim Fetzer. She called him, and we recorded these phone calls, and it's unbelievable the detail that she has, like a photographic memory. So I very much believe her, and unfortunately I'm not sure if she's with us anymore, because she was very, very fearful of Clyde Forshaw and Walter Tubinsky. We even went out live naming these two mass murderers because they were outside her apartment and she was freaking out. So that time we managed to stop it, but I don't know since then. Anyway, so let's go into the files. Don't stop sharing that. I really recommend you, when you look at the Zapruder movie, look above the limo. Everybody's looking at JFK. Look above, and you will see, whoop, that's where one of the shooters are. So I have, like, if there is 250,000 pages, I'm not sure. These numbers keep doing like this. I don't know what is true. Like now, recently, was it 62 or 69,000 pages released? What I know is that they are in PDF format. So it's like one PDF file can be 40 pages long, one can be 3, one can be 1. So to add all of these pages together, I don't know if it ends up in 250. I just know that I've spent months going through them, like scrolling through. I'm telling you, what other geek than this one would do something like that? And this is what the people that are releasing these things are not expecting, that somebody would take the time, months, to do something like that. I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So what I've done, I just did a webinar. Please go to my website, lightonconspiracies.com. I go through a lot of these things in great detail. And what I've taken, since there's no index or anything that shows anything of any kind of organization, only numbers like that, I have made many folders. And so anything that had to do with Lee Oswald in Mexico City, I put in that one. Anything that had to do with David Atlee Phillips, I put in that one. Anything that had to do with the Howard Hunt, I put in that one. It's Frank Sturgis, and so there should be, let me just see, I have the numbers here somewhere. Okay, so in total, I think there's about 12,000 folders. No, sorry, yeah, if you see the slideshow, yeah, that's the one. please sign up there. Also, what I give you access to are all of these files, but organized. So, but in a Dropbox account, there's so many of them. So when I have been looking through these, I have, like I said, I organize anything that is connected to any of these people that I know is of interest to this. I put in these folders that you will get access to if you sign up here. But out of these 12,000, something like that, files, which is officially like 250 pages, there is about 85% at least that, if you ask me, has zero connection to the JFK assassination. We're talking like eight Bulgarian agents that has disappeared in 1953. You tell me, 1953 Bulgarian refugees, why is that so secret? All of these has been kept from us for like many of them 60 years. So you should have like a filtration of the stuff. Like, no, this is just too much information. We can't give it up. Oh God, no, they're not ready for it yet. Every single one of these documents should be of high value. Am I right or am I right, Michael? Please.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. It's like everyone should be like, oh my God. I mean, oh my God. Here we have blank pages. Many documents are there multiple times. We're talking like 8, 12 times the same, but with different numbers. We're talking about some documents, the copy is so bad you can't read anything. Many of them are communication between the House Select Committee where they're requiring files. We would like to see these files. Yeah, why is this document there? It says nothing. It's just that we require that file. Yeah, fine. Then there are cover sheets, and in this cover sheet it says the files for Blizzard, but these are of interest, but they don't appear. Instead, we have these ones. You have like agents being promoted for medals. You have like wages, this guy was in 1978. 78 was given like $243 for a bus ticket in Caracas. It's like, what? We have agents in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. We have like from Dubai in 1970, I don't know when it was from. We have like, they have, as far as I know, maybe I'm not aware of how that could be connected to Dallas in November 63. I don't get it at all. At least 85% is just bullshit. Some of them, the quality is just ridiculous, and it's really tiresome for the eye because it's so hard to read. There's no connection. And then you have connections like with people that were there that day, like Frank Sturgis, Freddie Lugo, these shooters that I told you about, David Atlee Phillips, E. Howard Hunt, all of the. So in these ones, there are golden nuggets of especially connections. You know, like I'm pointing out like Roy Hargraves, the Umbrella Man, Felipe Vidal Santiago next to him. Another guy was Jose Perdomo, who was not there that day, but was he was one of the top assassins, one of the highest ranking officers of Operation 40, and the assassin of John Lennon. Okay, so in the same document, when they're asking for, we want this, suddenly you have like David Atlee Phillips, Roy Hargraves, Jose Perdomo, these types of, whoa, how can you see? It's sort of like indirect connections like this that have been okay. And then another guy that was really heavy on these operations, Rolando Masferrer, a former Cuban politician who became top assassin. He is just all over the place, and you see in these documents connected to Johnny Rosselli. Oh, they did that. Okay, then his car was blown up just before they killed Rosselli as well and chopped him up and put him in a barrel. So there's these connections, but you need to know exactly what to look for. If not, you will drown in information. So I ask you, is this the release of the real truth, nothing but the truth, and so on? I have found zero documents that has to do with Dealey Plaza on that very day. Maybe my memory is wrong. Okay, let's say only a handful that has any connections to what any witnesses saw that day, any actual action on that day. I found zero in 250,000 pages. Come on. Is that just by mistake? Or just like with the Warren Commission, is somebody burying us with documents and then headlines? Look at us. We're releasing it. We're giving it to you. We, this temple of truth and open transparency, we are giving it to you, population, you lower level individuals who are not worthy of knowing. Now we have served it to you. We have done our incredible job. They've done fuck all. That's nothing. So what does that mean? What is that? If you can't find evidence in it, that is evidence of something else. That is evidence of a designed document terror attack on the population. Bury them in papers. That is what lawyers do as well. If you get up against these bad boys, they will just bury you in documents. This is exactly, I would suggest, what we see here. And so, am I suggesting that you should not look into this? Absolutely not. Look into it. And if you can find, since I put in all of these folders, including one called the JFK joke folder, which is where 85% of all of this, there's about 200,000 pages at least with no connection at all. I ask you, please, if you go through it, if you find anything of value that I have overlooked, send it to me and said, listen, you messed up on this one. I am very grateful. But I will reply to you saying, yes, I know that document, but that is the third or fourth copy of that document that I found. So that's why it's in the absolute junk folder there. Because if you look in that folder, you will find the copy of it. Or I made a mistake. In that case, hit me in the head with a baseball bat. I've done what I tried, but I got very tired at times. So there's one that keeps coming up, Israel. People say this connects to Israel. I mean, I am not a defender of Israel. On the contrary, Benjamin Netanyahu and people, super terrorists like that, with their fingers everywhere in dark stuff. I would really like, whoa, if I found anything. As far as I know, there's only very, very few documents. I mean, I still have like 2,000 documents to go through. So maybe there's in these documents. I can only say that I only found 2 or 3 that had direct connection with Israel. One of them, and I think that's the one that people are pointing at, saying Israel was behind it. I say, I'm sure that they were in the background, for sure, as so many other in this very dark power structure, major part of it. But direct connections that is proven by documents, I've only found one, and that is with James Jesus Angleson, who was a big shot, very low-key individual, big shot in the CIA. And this is from 1953, where it says that he is head of something called special, blah, 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 special operations, something like that. Look in the folder Israel, please. I put exclamation marks on them if they are of greater value. That is the one that I marked like that. And in it, it says that he is working together with Israeli intelligence. But in the very same document, it also said that he works with intelligence agencies in France, in Italy, and sometimes with the Vatican. So for sure, but that's not direct proof, and there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to that, because anyone who's been involved in really looking into these things knows that Mossad and CIA are like sisters, or they're being, just different sides of the same coin. different name. On the mob on the side, this is where it's super confusing, because like, what is what? And that's part of the design. So they're heavily invested in each other, helping each other, changing all kinds of horrible stuff. So nothing new there. But I have not find anything direct, sort of, no smoking gun saying you. Not at all. Not at all. There's in this info, I can only say, of value, of real value, in this 250,000 documents, I found, I don't want to say zero, but 0.5% of any value whatsoever when it comes to solving the crime. I find that mind-blowing, because then you have to ask yourself, if any president would be sort of interested in the truth, if I got into a position in the White House, I would be surrounded by people who knew what they were doing, also historians and people who have been looking into these things because they wanted to know the truth. Okay, I come into the White House, I take my best expert and I say, okay, listen, I want this to be released to the people, but please help me. You know what to look for. Go through the whole thing, make sure that there are no active agents and stuff that can be put in danger if we release that. But otherwise than that, this should be given to the people because that is their right. That's what they deserve. You go through it, let me know. Anyone with any knowledge of what actually went down that day would say that, but this is, what the hell is this? What 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 has Bulgarian refugees to do with anything? What is this thing about Congo? What is this thing? The only thing that has been really interesting for me is, like, in some of these documents, you got the code names and the real name of, like, Amlash, who was a very, very famous assassin who was being used officially against Castro. Now we know his real name, Amwip, JM Wave, all of these code names, QJ Win, that never before I've seen the real names of some of them. And here they are, boom, 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 thank you so much. And also how they're connected to, like, the assassination of Diem in Vietnam, or Patrick Lumumba in Congo, how they carried them out, how they were transporting them in, paying for their plane tickets, and exactly how it was done. These things, value, JFK, zero value. And why are they labeled the JFK files if they're not connected? So once again, who were the presidents who gave it to us? Now we have dear Mr. Donald, who sort of had given it to us amazingly. After only 60 years, we are now grown up and adult enough to handle this thing. So you have to ask yourself again, psychological operation or somebody who really wants to share the truth? You make up your mind. I know what I think.
Yeah, there's nothing there because the CIA basically cleans like you're talking about. Yeah, I've talked to James Files like we talked about, and I know you a couple of years ago were saying that there's these assassination teams that travel all over the world, and I was like, what is that? And now after talking with James Files, and now with your reveal, just in this show alone, everybody should go, these guys have been used in corruption. We don't even know the level of terrorism that these guys did all around the world. I can tell you. I've been giving little snippets. Wow.
It's on a level that is, whew. I tell you, if James Files were given the stage,
please,
you could have like an 8-hour per day, mind-blowing exposure, like for 3 weeks straight. I think
easily.
When it comes to, I mean, he has been involved in.
Yes.
It's unbelievable, and you say, but come on. It was his job. He was
for
never
decades.
For decades. He was very busy, and he was trained from diaper age as an assassin. Yeah. He was never given a normal education. He was prepared for this job. He was very good at it. till this very day, I don't want to mess with this guy, even if he's in a wheelchair or whatever. I tell you, he can just kill you with the handle of the wheelchair, I'm sure.
Sure. Yeah.
This dude is not to play around with. And he was surrounded by a handful, there are not many, of the same caliber.
Oh, yeah.
And they have been used by people in power like George Bush Sr. and other of these people that have come to power with the help of these individuals. George Bush Sr. is a massive, massive example of that. He came from a family that got into the position they were, among other ways, like his grandfather was the guy that was behind the Zimmerman telegram, the thing, this whole fake thing that got the US into the World War One. Then Prescott Bush, his father, who was also the guy that groomed Nixon and got the whole thing there, him into position together with Dwight Eisenhower. He was the guy that funneled money into the Hitler war machine with the Dulles brothers as the lawyers, and ITT, IBM, all of these things, into prepping the Hitler war machine. Okay, with backing with the Swedish family that I keep mentioning all the time, yeah, that was working directly to them. Okay, he was even tried as for I think for treason, Prescott Bush. Then comes Boy George, no, not Boy George, George Bush Sr., but as a young asset, CIA asset, with his Sabbatai oil and all of these things, goes in and is part of creating Operation 40, Group 40, Amos. And if you ask James Files, George Bush was always there. He was the best. He was, whatever they needed, wherever they were in the world, one phone call within 24 hours. You need a C-130, you need like napalm bombs, you need this, you need C4 explosive. They would deliver it. I'm in a horrible situation. Don't worry, I'll get you out of it. Pardoned, transported out, released, all of that. George Bush Sr. was the guy. But George Bush surrounded himself with these assassins that one of them came up to become the head of the CIA. You had Barry Seal also involved in many, many operations, the Iran-Contra scandal, George Bush Sr. in the background, the assassinations of so many people around the world, the Chilean coup d'etat with Salvador Allende, James Files were there, Michael Townley were there, the murder of, I forgot his name, Pablo Neruda, the poet, even the poet, Michael Van Townley came in as a doctor, poisoned him, poof. You had the Robert Smith murders in South Africa, you had the alleged murder of Olof Palme in Sweden, you had Uwe Barschel in West Germany, you had so many different hits around the world. James Files, he says, stuff like he just mentioned, like the Blue Train Massacre in South Africa. Look into that. I can't even find it. Do you know, like when they blew up Orlando Lettier, this Chilean politician at Embassy Row in Washington, D.C., James Files were the one delivering the explosives from the Dominican Republic, a mining company there. And then Michael Van Townley and other people connected to Operation 40 blew him up in the car. The Watergate burglary, James Files was sitting in the car outside. That whole thing, we had the official narrative with Deep Throat and all that, absolute bullshit. It was a setup to destroy Richard Nixon and shut him up because he was not reliable anymore and he knew too much about the Cuban thing, meaning the JFK assassination. He was from having been an asset as somebody who said yes sir, no sir, he got completely off track and they wanted to shut him up. George Bush Sr., oh my God. Yet the Blue Train Massacre, I still don't know so much about. I would very much like, and I just want to say the Walter Topinski, never ever heard his name before. He was the guy that I showed in the khaki clothes who fired that shot. But I asked ChatGPT, has anyone ever except me and Jim Fetzer pointed at Walter Topinski? And then I found that in Primary Target, which is the book that Pamela and James Files has written that he's mentioned there. So I really want, whoa, please, please, because I asked James a while ago specifically, did you know anyone called Clyde Forshaw or Walt Sabinsky? And he said no. But I also know that James is very loyal, and if people are still alive, he will never give them up. He's
Right.
never ratted. He's never exposed anyone. I mean, he's done horrendous violent acts of like that. But when it comes to his courage and his moral principles, oh my God, I mean, he was tortured to death. He survived it, but he was left as for dead
In
and
a
did not
dumpster.
give it up. It's like, I mean, I fear going to the dentist. Come on. This is like, it's on a whole different level of,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So please, dear Mr. Donald, once you're finished with your hair for the day, the hairdo, once that's done, let Jim Files give testimony. Let all of these things come out in the world. Let it help heal the world. Let it help us understand what actually happened, what actually took place in many of these different places, where we've been deceived. I mean, the perfect CIA operation is something that goes down without us even knowing that anything happened. So how many of these natural deaths, how many of these coup d'etats that or power overtakes or rigged elections or whatever it is has taken place, and we haven't even understood that anything went down. So please let him come on center stage, and it would be amazing for us, the normal people. It would, and it could be a major part in cracking the deep state.
Big time. I agree. It would tie a lot of countries into this ring of evil too, and I think we'd be very surprised how many are involved.
And at the same time, how few. This is the thing: how few have been able to carry out so much darkness.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is. This is what gets to me. Is like, oh, the world is evil. People say, oh, they're so. Or is it? Or are we having like a cancer growth of very active individuals or power structures that are just deceiving us and are using people like James Files?
Yes.
He says, according to himself, he has about 1,000 lives on his 1,000. That is one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. So many times, very precisely chosen targets for a political reason, or whatever you call that political reason. I call it their own desires. Okay, so let's say that take away half of it, that could be his boasting or whatever. If you think that, I don't think that at all, but many times it's been in war zones or in shootouts or whatever. Okay, it could be mobster hits, and so take away that. But let's say we're down to 500, but 500 specific targets by the agency. Let's say 300, but specific targets. 300 of people in very important positions that have been neutralized,
Yeah.
taken out of the game. That's just him. Then you have Clyde Forshaw, Walt Stabinsky. They are also, according to Haley Otis, their cousin, also responsible for about 1,000 deaths each. These
Gee.
people have been very active, very
Wow.
active.
Wow.
So just that tiny little group. You speak to Chip Tatum, who was the head of, he was the commander of George Bush Sr.'s private hit team Pegasus.
Hmm.
He says that the world of assassins is so small, so small. It's just a handful because you need a very special mindset and capability and capacity to carry these things out. So we're looking at a very small handful. He's talking, so it sounds like maybe under 100. I don't know. I get an impression that it's even fewer. Then you look at the power structure. Who is really in charge? Is it thousands of people arguing, or are we going down into like smaller and smaller and smaller, 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 smaller? Boom. So when you look at what's really behind, we're up at against the Wizard of Oz. We think that they're so massive, that they're so powerful. You pull the curtain, the transparency of truth, pull the veil, and you will see, oh my God, we've been taken for a ride. Why are we terrorized? Why are we terrified? It's only them.
Yeah.
And they're using deception like these type of psychological operations to bury us, to deceive us, to make us look the other way, to divide and conquer, instead of us focusing in on what the real problem is and just pull it up with the root.
It's great information. So did you want to share a little bit before we sign off of what you did in Africa, or is that for another show?
No, it's up to you. Maybe better for another show. I think let's stay on track here.
Yeah, this was a lot of information. Everyone loves it. Good chat.
But please go to lightandconspiracies.com. I know that I'm throwing out a lot of names there. Every single name has taken me years to track down. So I'm not pointing out this easily. I'm just not throwing a lot of names at you.
Decades.
Decades. And I've written this book, Coup d'etat in Slow Motion, part 1 and part 2. It's the same book, but it would just be too thick because it's almost 1,000 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And in it, I point out with names and positions and all of these things, and also the connections to other assassinations that is connected to the same group there. So when James Files speaks, please listen, and let's wish him good health. And Pamela, also, these people have paid a high price to step forward, to stay in truth. My God, they've been mangled by life and family and so-called friends. They've been betrayed, they've been attacked, you have to salute people like that and help them get the message out there.
Yeah. Now, what's amazing about your work, Ole, is, you have James Files that has a lot of information, but like you said, compartmentalization. And because you have worked with lots of different people that were, in their little compartment, the other people didn't know anything about them. So you have brought this work to life like no one else has. So kudos to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Coming from you, that really warms my heart. And I agree. But this is where we're all important, because I need the information from the compartmentalized pieces from the inside, and then I can put together the jigsaw puzzle, like you say, like no one else. I really believe that. And I think that
of your background, if James Files released, you'd be like, and wow, your work would blow up. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, I agree. But this information has not come easily. Many people have died.
Oh yeah.
Many people, they've tried to keep this shut down and covered up for decades and decades, and so many people have got their lives destroyed and died on us. And researchers have been, many people, including Jim Morris, this beautiful individual. If you ask me, he died under strange circumstances. I just lost another friend here, Ulf Bittner in Sweden, who's an incredible man to stand up in the name of truth. And then he died because he had been mistreated by doctors or given the wrong treatment. And I don't know what is what. Cody Snodgrass is another one that just should be applauded also, who also died because he was taken out in a slow way. There's so many people that I'm grateful to, that have helped this jigsaw puzzle coming to fulfillment. So let's use this information for good.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Ole, thanks so much. And thanks for everybody that joined us. And we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Enemies of the State. governors, mayor's offices, DAs, FBI heads, CIA heads, etc., will soon see military tribunals. All right, this is not just speculation. This is deductive reasoning, and obviously we're moving in that direction very quickly. A lot of people being revealed. We're going to talk about that. So very, very amazing times. And as we move forward, we're going to see more of this start to transpire. Now, these governors, you look at all these different governors in the different states, especially the ones that are, being, resistant to having their criminal activities shut down by President Trump and ICE and military, very secretive deployments, I believe. We're going to see this start to accelerate on a very fast pace. Now, the people that are in charge of those positions, now President Trump has already threatened to a certain extent Pritzker. Now he said other things about other people and so forth, and we're going to talk about that as well. Well, all of these governors, not all of them, but many of these governors and these mayors are part of a criminal activity. They're enemies of the state, right? So if there is enemies of the state, then military tribunals can be used. So it's going to be proven, and I believe that the American people are going to beg for this to happen, all right? We've seen a lot of these cities and so forth that, through the social media and, of course, the mainstream media and so forth, and then, of course, these talking heads, Pritzker and Newsom and Pelosi and Adam Schiff and all these others that are all criminals, enemies of the state, that eventually they will be taken away. And once that level is taken away, then it will go to the next level, the billionaire, pushing this agenda, pushing these people into office to basically take over America. And really, they have taken over America to all extents and purposes. We have just been seeing, just this criminal activity over these last several decades. And a lot of people just gotten used to it and thought that the criminal activity was good for us, right? So that's being disclosed, that's being reversed. And like I said, people that voted for Trump that want him to take action, and then a lot of the people that didn't vote for Trump are starting to flip, and they're going to start to, really demand, beg, whatever, for Trump and team to basically take down these criminals. So yeah, there's many that are involved, and we're going to look at. We're just going to go through, lawyers and judges and so forth. We're going to look at some of that right now. So in Chicago, of course, they're doing really good work there. They're trying to clean the place up, take down the criminal empire, but there's going to be resistance.
The president's immigration crackdown taking center stage in a Chicago courtroom, a federal judge now demanding that Customs and Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino will meet with her every day to report immigration activities there in the Windy City. That's as tensions grow over the use of tear gas by federal agents carrying out immigration enforcement in the area. Justice Department reporter Luke Barr joins me now. So Luke, daily in-person meetings with a federal judge. Break down this ruling for us.
So this is obviously delaying tactics, and they want to have information. So this judge is obviously part of the criminal activities. She wants to know what they're doing so she can report back to her puppet controllers, so they can, ambush them or stop them out or move their people around so they don't get taken down. This is what this is about, right? So this criminal judge needs to be part of a military tribunal.
Oh, Kira, this is certainly something that the judge wants oversight on. Commander Greg Bovino, who's in charge of those operations in Los Angeles, in Portland, and of course in Chicago, is going to be required.
So all three of the areas right now, there's no resistance in Washington, D.C. There's no resistance in Memphis, Tennessee. But there is resistance, obviously, in LA, Portland, and Chicago. So I remember being in combat zones like this too, guys. And, there's the CIA wanted to know daily, because I was in some very, very tough areas that we weren't supposed to be in. Everybody had left. Delta and SEAL Team 6 had left, right? All the other SEAL teams, everybody had left this area. And it was me, one other security guy protecting, 4 different case officers and the chief of station in Yemen, right? So now Yemen has basically, as we've seen, has deteriorated to a great extent. But at one time, it was very, very dangerous there. So they wanted me to report every day. I called, I gave them, basically an overview, but they were, it was like nonstop. It was the deep state part of the CIA. They wanted to be so informed. And at this point, I was starting to distrust, right, portions of the CIA. So I was very sketchy on what I was telling them. Of course, eventually the base that I was at, because every base that I went to that was like that, it was me, one other person, and they're like, we're going to send you this base, but no one's supposed to, be there. Everyone else has left. I would go there, and it would turn around magically, and they would become very active bases, and we started taking down a lot of enemy combatants, terrorists, and so forth. But they wanted to know way too much information. And this is the same thing that I'm seeing here. So I know that there's elements I knew back then there were elements in the CIA that were playing against us, right? And being a contractor, not directly part of the CIA, I didn't have to tell them everything. I could play around their little box they're trying to put me in, right? So I thought outside the box, I played outside the box, and I was very, very effective. Now, they want to put this ICE agent in control of operations in a box, right? So I'm very curious to see how he wiggles outside that box and plays this. But I guarantee you, he's probably going to play it like I did. He's going to just give them very, very basic, very nondescript information about what's going on.
Meet with her every day at 6 p.m. to go over the immigration enforcement actions of the day. She said, quote, "My role is simply to see that in the enforcement of those laws that you and your agents operating under, that you are acting in a manner that is consistent with your obligations under law, meaning that it is consistent with the Constitution." That's from our reporter, Jim Hill, in court. And Bovino sat for almost an hour on the stand, listening to the judge go over the temporary restraining order she put in place, basically restricting the use of tear gas in some cases against journalists, against the protesters that are out there protesting these CBP operations.
Now, again, we know the journalists are part of the deep state. They're part of the criminal activity that's against us. Many of them need to be put in prison as well. They need military tribunals as well, guys. We need to clean up because they're informing on us as well. On us, we the people, our activities, the people that we have chosen to go forth and take charge of our country and take down these criminal activities that are happening within our country. These incredibly, sophisticated organizations that stretch from all the way to the Vatican, all the way down into the Mexican mafia, Venezuelan mafia, cartels, and so forth. So we're going to see this basically. I mean, it's very easy analytical process to see that this is happening, and we're moving in that direction. So very good job on all of those that are involved. That ICE commander is probably going to play games. And listen to, okay, you can't do this, you can't do that. And in his mind, he's probably like, oh, yes, I can. And whatever you say is bullshit to me. But I'll listen because I'm taking information on you. All right. We're taking information on these people that are trying to enforce rules and regulations against them that are not lawful, guys. And that's going to get them into trouble. and is going to see them in military tribunals and either tucked away for the rest of their lives or, you know, a nice little necklace. All right. So this is what we're going to continue to see. Now, we could give you guys a little bit of insight, the untouchables, because we're looking at criminal activity. These are criminals. They're enemies of the state. Elliot Ness, you know, took down some of these people in Chicago. All right. So I'm going to, like, you know, kind of tie it into the mayor and the governor of Chicago, because they're basically, they think they're untouchable. They think they're untouchable, right? And they're going to find out. Yeah, they're going to find out, right? People are going to do criminal activity. Drinking is like the least of what's happening pretty much every day. Weekends, very big shootouts between probably criminal gangs fighting for, you know, territory and so forth. Cartels, criminal gangs, mafia gangs. So these criminals that are the mayor and the governor are playing blocking actions, and that one judge, a federal judge, just because he's got federal and judge in front of it doesn't make that a good person, guys. Just because it has governor in front of their name doesn't make it a good person. Just because it has mayor in front of the name doesn't make it a good person. And in fact, in all of those cases in Chicago, they are deep, deep criminals. All right. So enemies of the state, and they will be treated such. All right. So, you know, these guys think that there's nothing, and trying to present like there's nothing going on in their state. Why you're sending federal troops to the state.
Oh, they're arresting that guy. Oh, back that car up. Bad idea, man. Back that car up. Oh, this is going to get bad. Oh, it's like mobs descending on our troops. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, someone's blowing stuff up. Please clear this insurrection. Look at these people. They're all masked up, getting their faces. Awful. Look at them. These people are crazy. And they believe that something wrong is happening here. What's this? Oh, people are throwing stuff at the agents. That's terrible. These people should be arrested. Ooh. Look at this crowd. This is so dangerous, man. What do we got here? Oh! We can't do that.
Yeah, just a peaceful protest. Nothing to see here. All right. So this is what they say. And then we have independent journalism going on that's basically showing us different. Of course, the mainstream media, you know, just like the George Floyd riots, and I think it was Minnesota, where they were having fires burning in the background. And they had a CNN reporters like mostly peaceful protest while buildings burning in the background behind them. It's like, how far do they push that people won't understand or realize? All right. So the analytical process is starting to finally kick in for a lot of people. The critical thinking has been slow, but it is happening when you're subjected to all of this stupid, right? Eventually you're like, there's something wrong here. And I don't believe, you know, the narrative. I think there's really something wrong here, Martha. So that's pretty much what we're seeing. A lot of people are waking up. And they're going to continually have criminals like Pritzker come in and have their say.
And the federal government has not communicated with our state in any way whatsoever about what their troop movements are going to be. I can't believe I have to say troop movements in a city in the United States, but that is what we're talking about. We're getting no information from them. They willy-nilly run over people's rights. They're pulling people out of their houses. They're asking them for proof of citizenship because they're brown or black. That is, I mean, a country that I don't think any of us should accept, and a president we should not accept.
So anyone not doing critical thinking would listen to that, and they would leftist Democrat brainwashed. Right? They're going to look at that and go, yeah, Trump bad man, and ICE is bad. They should be stopped. We should protest with all the other people. And then those protests turn into riots and throwing things at federal agents and driving cars up on them and getting out and shooting at them. In Dallas, they shot federal agent, hit him in the throat. Fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening, but still, we have the violence is escalating on their side, so it has to be met. It hasn't gone back to the other side yet, but at some point, perhaps it will, and they will use that. So I'm very, very thankful that these agents are extremely well trained. Obviously, semblance of control and methodology when coming at these deranged people. Right? Absolutely deranged, paid to be deranged. Many of them, but still, we're seeing some of them are actually very, very bad people. All right, and then you have Governor Pritzker, just like you saw the Mafia Don there in the Untouchables, think he's above the law. And so here he is, talking like he's above the law again.
Need to put you in jail. I don't know anyone that covers Trump that views him as someone with a sense of humor. So he's saying it. It's obviously on the table for him. And I wonder if you've thought that through, if you have a plan, if you know what would happen if he came to arrest you.
A plan. Look, I have said, very explicitly, come get me, because he's got no reason. There's no probable cause. There's nothing. He is literally just threatening people that are his political opponents. And you've heard him do that writ large against Democrats, calling us, essentially terrorists, and saying that the Democrats are Antifa, and again, no one's really defined what that is. It's just some.
So again, if you're not informed and you hear a puppet mouth like that, spew stupid, then you're probably going to believe it. So that's part of the problem for some people, but less and less people. So there's probably in Chicago, I would say the majority of people want this bullshit to stop. All right. And when their voices get heard more and more and more, then it probably will. It probably will. So we need to hear from the people of Chicago. We have been hearing from them. Independent journalists and so forth have been actually, canvassing the people of Chicago. They've been having a voice, but more and more we're going to see people step up and get involved. So this is the only way that we beat this down. All right. So now we could use it like like the Untouchables. If you get out of line in the Democrat Party and the leftist, this is what can happen to you. All right. So that's a home run for the leftists, right? So that's usually how the leftists basically deal with the people. We've seen so many people that have committed suicide themselves after they say that I don't intend to suicide myself, but if I do, it's them. The people that have turned and have given up information. Then of course you get people that see that are within this mafia group, believing at one time that it was a very good thing to be involved with these people, and now they're like, ooh, if I get out of line, I'm gonna get the slugfest, right? I'm gonna get the slugfest. I'm gonna get the necktie, or I'm gonna hanging from my wife and kids are gonna go out to get something at the local store, and they're gonna come back and somebody's gonna be hanging around because they got out of line. That's the way these guys operate. So it's probably going to get to the point where you're going to have military tribunals, guys. These guys aren't going to do the right thing. They're under threat from their groups, mafia. I talked to this one lovely woman that's was from New York, and she grew up there as a young kid, and her family. There was connections, people married into the mafia, and when you marry into the mafia, you're part of the mafia. All right, so we've seen that with Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom. Right, so you marry into the mob, you're part of the mob, right? So I'll bring that up in a minute, but here we have, a lot of these people are interrelated. They intermarry. They're all part of a big mafia group, guys, and deep state. We call them deep state, mafia, whatever we want to call them. They're enemies of the state. They're enemies of America, and they'll be dealt with by military tribunals. All right, so if you look at, these things and you talk to lots of people like I have, this one lovely woman was telling me how, as a kid, their family, group of them, kids and all, went to this restaurant in New York, and it was, or New Jersey, one of those areas, all right, and New Jersey, New York, mob, so all part of the same. And so she's like, and it was during the week, it was very unusual that we would be going to this, on the weekends we would go out and we'd do dinners together and so forth, but this was during the week. And so they went to this restaurant, everything was normal, they went home. The next day, I guess a good family, because the mafia, some mafia anyway, they have rules, and some of those rules are like, so we know that's not the way a lot of these mafia groups work. They're all about trafficking children now. All right. So back then, 50, 60 years ago, this was the rule. You didn't go out over these lines. Right. So evidently a family maybe was supposed to go there that didn't show up to protect some groups that were there. So another rival mob came in and shot the place up, right? And so we're seeing the same thing happening in Chicago streets. And at some point, it's going to flip. It's going to flip, and it's going to start to go into those families, guys, because these families are going to have to be killed, because eventually, if they get to a military tribunal, they'll talk and they'll give up information, and that'll lead to other people that need to come into the military tribunals, and they'll get more ruthless as we move forward. Because like I said, it doesn't take an analytical genius to figure out that this is moving in a direction where the military tribunals are about to come in, right? So other things, let's keep moving. Nancy Pelosi, another not military, but another criminal family. Her daddy was part of Baltimore. He was a Baltimore mayor for many years when heroin first became very prominent. And so remember that bat scene? These guys, these good fellas and good fellerinas, whatever, are very, very nasty. And watch how Nancy Pelosi reacts to, she looks like a little mafia girl.
Finding you liable for that day. Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know.
All righty. So this is the way these people feel. She's not their journalist. They own the journalist guys. The journalists are part of the criminal crime families, right? They need to be dealt with by military tribunals as well. So you're going to see that happen, but you see people like me, independent journalist that comes in, they don't want this to get out. They do not want this to get out. Right? And so will there be pushback on that young lady that came after little mafia Don girl? I don't know. So look at all of the different, Gavin Newsom and, gosh, so many in Mafia, California. Now, I was just at Muscle Beach doing a workout. Dream come true. Got to work out with this amazing guy named Mike, 6'9". He's from Austria, from the same area where Arnold Schwarzenegger knows Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was at the Muscle Beach, workout gym on the beach. And got to do a nice workout. Really was good for me. I've never had anybody train me before, other than when I was in SEAL teams. Of course, I got trained in SEAL teams, and I was a trainer, and I've always trained myself. But it was great to get that shock the monkey little workout into 2 hours. 2 hours. And Ike was like, usually people only last half this time. And I was like, had my Navy SEAL cap on, so I was a Navy SEAL. But my body doesn't look like a Navy SEAL anymore. But it's been a hard road to get it back again. So need a little shock the monkey. I got a little shock the monkey, but that was great. So I heard and I saw that people aren't getting in the water. Right. So, up and down the beach, you're talking like the most beautiful beachfront area in the world. People don't go in the water. Why? Because they came in directed energy weapons and burned many, many cities. All right. And that burned area, which is basically highly toxic, as we found out, and is also radioactive, as we know, from, huge microwave energy, it releases radioactivity, right? So that is washing into the water. They buried a lot of it, but you get some rains and that washes through that stuff. People don't go in the water, right? So Californians are smart about that. But if I was looking at all these Californians on the beach and walking through the streets and so forth, I was like, if these people for one day got together and said, enough of these criminal assholes, and marched on the state capitol and said, you're out, and we'll be here until you're out, it would be over. And then they put somebody in there. They could select somebody good, put them in there. All of California would turn around overnight. But the people of California have been conditioned, right? They've been conditioned by dozens of years of basically, we got these beaches for you. The climate's perfect. Just go and have a good time. And we got these concerts, and we got the Hollywood and all this stuff to brainwash you. And don't worry, everything's going to be fine, right? Everything's going to be fine. So this is what happens when you allow criminals into your governorship and your mayorships throughout California. You're going to get extreme problems, guys. How extreme can you get with California burning like it just recently did? And California's been burning over and over again. Paradise, Malibu, all these different burn activities have been happening over the years. And then a massive burn. But still no one's, acting out. No one's, pushing back.
Angeles, California Governor Gavin Newsom appears to dance while talking about land grabs.
I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor of down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some.
So Hawaii, where they had another directed energy weapon attack in Lahaina, and they have been suppressing people rebuilding, getting back their land, not reported, children missing, not reported. So here's Gavin Newsom. He's real happy about this burn.
And just concerns he has around speculators coming in, buying up properties, and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward. And
now it seems incredibly insensitive, but it might be just because he's a weird guy when you actually pay attention. So we could sit back and make.
All right. So Gavin Newsom, I call him a vampire. Right? He looks like a vampire to me. That's my thoughts on him. And he's related to Nancy Pelosi. Right. So Nancy Pelosi. So I'll work my way to Nancy Pelosi. But before I do, let's look at, military tribunals. A military tribunal is a court designed to try members of the armed forces and enemy combatants, like these governors and mayors and heads of the FBI, like James Comey, on and on and on, separate from civilian courts, which are slow and obviously compromised. The rules and procedures for military tribunals differ from civilian courts and are governed by military law, such as the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ, in the United States. These tribunals can handle both military-specific offenses like desertion and conventional crimes, and can include different types of proceedings, such as courts-martial for service members and military commissions for non-citizens deemed enemy combatants. So these people are enemy combatants of the United States. They need to be tried by military tribunals. It's coming, right? And they know it's coming, and they're going to resist all the way to the end. Nancy Pelosi's father was Thomas D'Alessandro Jr., who served as the mayor of Baltimore from 1947 to 1959. And before his time as mayor, he was a U.S. congressman representing Maryland. Here, he held the office of mayor for 3 terms. What happened during that time frame? Well, let's look at that. You would think that someone that is in that position would look after his people, wouldn't you? You would think that, right? Because that's what they're pretty much tasked by the people of the state to do when they elect them. So in Baltimore, the rise of heroin use dates back to the mid-20th century and has gone through several distinct phases. So mid-20th century, 1949 and 1959 time frame, where Alessandro Jr., the father, the criminal father, mafia father of Nancy Pelosi, shut up Nancy Pelosi, all right, was basically there. So illicit drug market boomed. While the city has a long history of heroin addiction, its crisis has since evolved and now dominated by the much more potent synthetic opioid fentanyl. How Baltimore became the U.S. overdose capital of the United States, January 10th, 2025. Why Baltimore experiencing more drug overdose? History of addiction challenges in Baltimore. These things can be fixed overnight, guys. They can be fixed overnight. These people need help, and they don't want them to have help because they're profiting off of this, right? So mid-20th century, 1950s, 1960s, when your Nancy Pelosi father was there, heroin first became a dominant force while he was mayor. Hello, all right? The issue took hold particularly in predominantly black urban neighborhoods that were struggling with a post-industrial economy and deep-seated racial inequalities. So then the crack cocaine epidemic intensified Baltimore's existing addiction crisis. That also happened in LA, where crack cocaine came in, came from down south, and the CIA was involved in it. We've already, seen movies on that. Early 2000s, the crisis was compounded by the rise of prescription opioids like Oxycontin. 2010s to present, fentanyl, a synthetic opioid, 50 to 100 times more potent. So now we're having several wars, I think, for the entire time of Vietnam rising in the United States. So these criminals are doing this, guys. So Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi are not directly related by blood, but they are connected through a past marriage. Remember what I said about marriage in the mafia groups. You marry into the mob, you are now part of the mob. Newsom's aunt, Barbara Newsom, was married to Ron Pelosi, who is Nancy Pelosi's brother-in-law. Therefore, Nancy Pelosi is related to Newsom by marriage, making her like and by marriage to him. All right. keep it in the family, right? And the mob, keep it in the mob family. So it's a mess out there, guys. California, you guys need to rise up, right? So let's look at Georgia. That'll be the last place we look at. So Donald Trump's endorsement is powerful but limited in Georgia poll finds. So he has basically gone on and has started to endorse in Georgia because he's had lots of problems with Kemp and Rafsanjani. Both those guys are very, very bad people, and so it'll not. Burt Jones. So Georgia looks like a really good guy. I've read up on him. I remember seeing him at an event where he spoke. He's very articulate. I think he would be a great governor for Georgia. Burt Jones received the endorsement he was hoping for in his 2026 run for governor, that of President Donald Trump. So Burt Jones for governor has my complete and total endorsement. He will never let you down, Trump posted on Truth Social platform Monday evening. Now let's look at Kemp and Rafsenberger. Right, both these guys, I reported on these guys a long time ago, years and years ago. Right, I said that both of them, and there were articles about it, I can't find them now. How about that? Where they were being funded by the Chinese in their runs for governorship, and what is Raffensperger? He's the Secretary of State. All right, so the people do not like either one of those monkey boys, right? They are bad. They're as bad as you can get. And Georgia, unfortunately, has had a lot of badness over the years. But these two boys are some of the baddest they've had in history, I think. So this is what the people of Georgia thought about them.
What do you make of that, Congress?
So that was Brian Kemp and Governor Brian Kemp and Rafsenberger were both booed because the people of Georgia thought that they should have backed President Trump when he was trying to get the 2020 election fraud revealed and overturned. And there was massive, obvious video on throughout media of cheating that went on in Georgia. Remember the one where they ran everybody out of the one voting tabulation place because they said there was flooding. There was no flooding, but they run everybody out, and then they started pulling out boxes and they started running ballots through multiple times to get Joe Biden elected in Georgia. And they kept doing that for a period of time until there was no other. They knew there was no other Trump votes out there, and then they're like, yep, Biden won by 2 votes or whatever it was. It was not much, but this is the thing that happened, and Trump kept begging them pretty much, please, get behind me when I'm trying to reveal, that your state was. And why don't you think they did? Probably because they're part of the mafia, guys. They're either part of the mafia or they would get that. I think what happened with Kemp, his daughter was dating a young man, and he had a very horrific, very suspect vehicle accident. And that was basically a warning to him that next time it'll be your daughter and then maybe you and so forth. This is the way the mafia works, guys. So he's, whether he wants to be or not, he's now part of the mafia, right? He's not there by marriage like Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom or all these other mafia criminals that are out there, but he is definitely there by other means, right? They have their ways, right? So if you're not, if you don't have somebody to back you, if you're not clever, if you can't see, if you go into, probably both of these knuckleheads went into Georgia politics knowing they were corrupted. did some corrupted things, and then they were owned. All right. So now that you're owned, if you don't do what they say, or they have accidents, and that's very tragic. That's very frustrating, right? So this has happened to many of us in this truther movement. It's very frustrating. But what do we have? What else do I have? All right. So the only way that I win, the only way that I stay alive and my family stays alive is if we take them down. So I have to keep going. All right. Many of us have to keep going. And I'm very happy to do that, actually. I've served my country in many capacities and humanity. Because when I go overseas, I'm helping other countries. So I'm a worldly guy, you know. So exposing this stuff, bringing down this mafia criminal organization throughout America is very, very needed. Right? We can't exist as a country going forward because they're almost got to a point where they completely control us. And this leftist Democrat Party has got to go away because they were ruthless and still are in trying to control us and manipulate us. Remember how many of us for years we were kept off social media, lost our YouTube channels while we're trying to inform everybody, keep as many people alive as we could. And now we're seeing that people are waking up to all that. So here we are. We have another one, Fani. All right. I call her Fanny. So you can call her Fani. If she wants to be called Fani, that's fine. But I'm going to call her Fanny. All right. Because she's got a biggie. She's got a biggie fanny. All right. So I'm not playing with these people. Right. These people are absolute evil, and they don't need any kind of accommodation for being nice to them. They don't need to have any accolades. They are evil. They need to be behind bars or something else. Fulton County DA Fani Willis to appear before Senate. Fani Willis removed from Trump election case after Georgia Supreme Court basically said, you're disqualified because you are baddie, right? So she's a baddie. She is part of the criminal activity, guys. And she went after President Trump and many people that were part of President Trump's team and criminal charges against them. Remember, President Trump had the mug shot, right? The famous mug shot, all right? That just helped his cause, really. And that was I think that was more of a turning point. Yeah, Matt, we can just call her ass, right? Fanny, no, we'll just call you ass, all right? Like jackass. So we have her. She's going down. The criminal activity is coming after her. We also have, of course, James Comey, total mafia guy. He found I talked to this woman and her husband today. They were close. I'm not going to say their names or where they were, but they're close to where James Comey was walking on the beach and found that 86 Trump type thing, 8645. Remember? All right. So this boy is a bad boy. He needs to go bye-bye. He doesn't need prison time. He needs something else, right? Former DOJ officials say Comey case is vindictive. This is the Washington Post. So call for dismissal. I'm not going to say the Washington Post is bad. I think the Washington Post is pretty good, but you're going to see a lot of this stuff being put out there, guys. They're fighting on all fronts like they did before to keep this guy out of prison and something else, right? Trump's bypass move on Comey, James prosecutor could derail cases. Opinion. There's a reason Trump reminds his targets of a mafia don because they're mafia and they know that and they want to sling that mud back at Trump and see if it sticks, right? That's the way they do. That's the way they operate. So very, very bad people. So Letitia James, part of money laundering schemes that they do with mortgages. We've had people on that have talked about that. I can tell you that's gone all the way to the top of the Justice Department guys. And that's moving very, very quickly. A lot of people being disclosed. The legs, or the octopus legs that extend out. There's like you need 500 octopus legs. There's so many legs that go out to all these states, all these district attorneys, media personalities, all of them influenced by money laundering schemes with mortgage fraud. So Letitia James, of course, is involved in that. Adam Shifty Shift involved in that. So we're going to see more of this get disclosed. So we're just seeing the opening salvos against these criminals. And at some point soon, I believe, we're going to see the military tribunals come in and really start to whack these people, all right? Whack-a-mole, it's coming. So Alvin Bragg. So remember, Alvin Bragg was the only district attorney, of course, in Manhattan, New York, where President Trump grew up. His family was from there. He had to leave New York, right? Go down to Florida. So it's pretty crazy. He wasn't safe down there. Of course, the FBI went and raided his home down in Mar-a-Lago. So he survived all that, and now he's back. Now, is he vindictive? No, he just wants justice, right? That's all I want. I'm not vindictive against any of these people. I just want justice. But I know justice is basically going to put them behind bars for the rest of their lives, or nice little necktie, right? Or maybe they'll decide maybe they like a pow-pow, right? So I don't know. We'll see. All right. Maybe all of them get all of it. Put them behind bars for a while, hang them, then shoot them. I don't know. So, God, they deserve it. Absolutely deserve it. So let's look at Alvin Bragg. He's a bad boy. I think that he's probably going to be the next in line. All right, so Trump files powerhouse appeal in politically charged Manhattan district. So there's that moose face, Alvin Bragg. Basically, I'll use Trump's technique against these people. How he names them. Like I'll call Fanny ass, right? And we'll call him moose face. All right, so moose face basically is probably going to have some problems now. Trump appeals historic Manhattan hush money conviction. So I promise you there's dirt on Bragg. All these people have dirt on them. That's how they're controlled. All of them, right? They're involved in dirty shit, and they're also, manipulated by their dirt. And Alvin Bragg has something hanging over his head, I promise you. And so at some point, now that President Trump is coming after him, Trump argues his hush money conviction was fatally marred, right? Fatally marred. So what is coming? What's coming? Alvin Bragg, next one, going to be indicted at some point? I think so. And if not, then they're basically going to destroy the case that he had, which should have never have happened. Totally ridiculous to begin with, against President Trump, and the only one that convicted him, right? All right, so that's all I got for now. Silver is in a buying opportunity, right? Gold is in a buying opportunity. I believe the stock market's going higher. You guys know that I said there is a possibility we'll see a pullback in the stock market, and then it will go to new all-time highs, and it will be like 1999. Remember that Prince song? Party like it's 1999. Well, we're going to be partying like it's 2025 because the stock market, I think, during this winter, November, December, it's going to go big because that's what it did in 1999. So the winter before that, Christmas before that. So Christmas, boom, probably going into the new year. So you guys that think you're gonna like keep making money on the stock market, you probably still make some money. Crypto may make another big boom, may go to new highs. I know you guys that are like, hodling some of these crypto coins, maybe that'll work out for you. But guys, you're going to get spanked if you hodl that stuff too long, right? I would say on this next big boom into probably the new year, maybe a little bit longer before this thing collapses, because it will collapse. Everything is pointing 1929, guys, and bigger than 1929, right? Bigger than 2008, bigger than you name the stock market crash, it's coming, right? So that's what we're going to see. Silver and gold will be right now. They're super buying opportunities. You need to be in them. If you're not in them, because they're going to go up too. In this next super wave higher for everything goes up, right? Then it'll not everything, because housing's crashing. People are getting laid off in massive numbers. That's why tomorrow you will see yo ho ho, pirates life for me. The Federal Reserve, the pirates, will basically come in and cut rates, because they'll say, well, we have a lot of people losing jobs, and that's usually what happens before a big downturn. It happened in the last one, the dot-com bust, and all the busts before that. Companies basically start trimming the fat, and that fat is what makes them healthy, makes their businesses grow. So in the last stages, they start to cut their people, and that makes them more profitable. They'll come out and say, yes, we're more profitable. Look, we're more profitable. We said this. We said we're going to go up this much, and we went up this much. And so everybody's going like, yay, pump the money at them, pump the money at them, pump the money at them. It's going higher. It's going higher, higher, higher. And at some point, it goes down. Now, when it goes down, you're probably going to see anywhere from 30 to 50% crash. Then it'll pop up, and people that, didn't get out or got out while it was going down, now they're like, oh, I shouldn't have got out. And they'll get back in, and it'll go up a little bit, like 10, 20% or something. And then it'll go down, and it'll go down, and it'll stay down for years and years and years and decades and decades. And a lot of you guys that are in, hodling on some of these stocks like Nvidia and Apple, and which reached, I think it's like one of the most profitable in history, $4 trillion. What am I saying? $4 trillion. All the stock market hit new highs today. The Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P, the Russell Index, all of them hit highs today. Brand new all-time highs, right? And you just had brand new all-time highs just about a week ago for gold and silver, and they pulled back, which is normal and natural and very good for silver and gold, and sets up for buying opportunity. But hey, why not go dump your money in crypto and the stock market and see how that works for you, right? Gold and silver will probably outpace them like they have all year, right? So they're silver is up like 87%, something crazy. Gold is up like 76 or something. So both of those are going to, now in this pullback buying opportunity, after this, they're going to go big, right? And when the stock market crashes, they will pull back, and then they will go, and they will go and go and go, just like they have in every other crash in history, right? We can go back to ancient times when civilizations failed. Everybody ran to silver and gold, right? So at some point, we'll get the gold-silver ratio down to 15, maybe 10 to 1, 10 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold. Wow, that would be spectacular. Right? So especially when you're going to see silver and gold continue to go up together, but silver goes up the most, the fastest, and then eventually we roll over to gold, and gold goes to the moon. All right, or to Jupiter, because silver is going to Venus this year or next year. All right, and gold, I guess, it's got to go higher at some point, so it's going to Jupiter, right, or wherever. One of those planets out there. Take your pick. Not Saturn. So Saturn's a bad planet. So that's where we're going to see things go, guys. It is absolutely going to happen, and we'll see some amazing things with taking down the deep state, the mafia that's running the United States, these governorships, military tribunals coming in for them soon. It's a very exciting time. Very exciting time. And consciousness continues to go up. Crazy things are going to happen with our planet, like we've been seeing. So even the planet grows. So the planet's expanding. Our consciousness is expanding. If you're intuitive, which if you're not, that's not a good thing. But if you're intuitive, or if you have a little bit of, it starts with the gut, that gut feeling, because a lot of people don't understand that in your gut are lots of neurons. It's a second brain. So some people just get that gut feeling. That's good. That's baby level. That's baby level of intuition, right? And then when you get that heart, something doesn't feel right, And then when you get the master connection, which is the pineal gland, which is your antenna to God source or the angelic realm, and your love vibration, and the connection to the brain, then the very intuitive side of your brain, left side of your brain, and the pineal gland. If it's clean, if it's not clean, it ain't going to help you, right? So if you get that antenna effect happening, and you got the love vibration happening for you, that's the ultimate. You're going to get some good stuff happen to you. You're going to make amazing things happen in the future. All right. That's all I got. I see some of you are like getting bored with this conversation and you're starting to click off. So, all right. Lots of love, guys. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. Spike of Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Back from the LifeWave conference, where for the third year in a row, I have won the top customer sponsor award for North America, right? So great time to be in LifeWave. LifeWave activates the light of your body, which is basically from a patch. And the patch is basically from, I believe, David Schmidt download from God, and crystalline structure basically activates the light, the love of God in your body. So healing and optimizes your physicality and so forth. So definitely the way to go. Will be the way to go in the future as more and more products come out. One of which will be the PM, the Cellergize PM, which is proven to dissolve spike protein. Wow. All right. So just amazing new things coming out. The water machine and other products is going to be amazing, next several months and into the next year. All right. So is the sun being manipulated by the deep state, right? By the Draco reptilian deep state. So I believe so. I've thought so for quite some time. So I'm going to show you guys some of that, and it's obvious that they've been doing this for a long time, perhaps for thousands of years. And I believe that the Earth has risen, consciousness of humanity has risen several times in our history. There are many accounts that say we have risen in consciousness 7 different times, and we get slapped back down. So what causes that? What causes the Earth to go through these crazy paroxysms of events which basically destroy Earth and almost wipe out humanity? So I believe like the Adam and Eve story is basically they're survivors from a cataclysmic event that the deep state did. Now we saw another one where Noah, where God came in, the gods came in and, wiped out humanity again with flood. So, we've gone through many of these over the time. And the Hopi Indians have the blue kachina and the red kachina. And looks like we got a blue kachina coming through right now with Three-Eye Atlas. So, and they have said that the next one will be another destruction of Earth. All right, so let's look at these. This is from Stephen. Where's his site? So it's Stefan Burns. All right, Stefan Burns. Basically, if we go back 3 months, then we're going to start to see, a pattern here. So a pattern of the sun erupting. So he goes back here, huge energy wave. This is 4 months back. Just hit the Earth, 1.9 X flare. The storm has begun the biggest spiritual shift in millennia. So solar maximum, when we have the sun acting like this, it does have an effect on consciousness. It has an effect on the Earth too, of course, but it does have an effect on consciousness. And I think that if our consciousness reaches a certain level, we can help prevent like these storms from getting out of control. So if you go through all of these over the last several months, we were talking about how there was a possible impact. So it's happening. Impact has begun. Earthquake, space weather, fast solar wind impact. The sun did it. Indonesia had a 6.7. That's a big earthquake. The Ring of Fire has been awakened. 7.3 Alaska. Magnetic anomaly. And start to move up further. We get more earthquake, megaquake. Is a megaquake coming? We thought it was going to happen in Japan, but it ended up happening in Russia, right next to Japan, right? So 8.8 megaquake, strongest that we've had in 14 years, and it was quite a doozy. It started eruptions all over the world. Biggest volcanic eruption since megaquake. More volcanoes are active than at, I think, probably one of the, we got to go way back if we're going to find, as many volcanoes that are erupting as they are right now. So every time these big discharges come from the sun, we have these quakes. So we know how they have directed energy weapon use. We know how they have manipulated through HAARP and so forth, hurricanes and tsunamis and all these kind of things, earthquakes. So there's probably some kind of manipulation. I don't know where they're hitting the sun with yet, but there's some kind of manipulation that's going on with the sun. I've felt that for a long time. So then there was another 7.8. After that, 8.8 that hit struck Russia again. That was a month ago. And big eruption may be coming. Abnormal earthquake and volcanic activity. Ring of Fire is shaking. Things are starting to get biblical. And so here we are at Three-Eye Atlas. Immense amounts of solar energy are supercharging Three-Eye Atlas. So the sun really lit up Three-Eye Atlas, and it didn't blow it up. It didn't cause any damage. In fact, it's almost as if that energy, activated it more and made it more powerful. Gigantic coronal mass ejection was blasted straight to Three-Eye Atlas. So again, another one. So it's like something is controlling the sun, and something is, trying to take out Three-Eye Atlas. Now, Three-Eye Atlas, obviously, has been in our solar system for quite some time, and we just started finding out about it like just a few months ago. And that was because we had independent scientists that found it, astronomers and so forth. So and then NASA had to pipe in and say, "Oh yeah, we're tracking that." Well, why didn't you tell us? Yeah, we've been tracking it. Why didn't you tell us? Yes, it's coming in. So it's coming in, and they don't understand what's coming because they don't have control. So that's why they're trying to zap it with the sun. They're manipulating the sun. They tried to zap it, didn't work. I believe it's intelligent life that's on 3i Atlas. I've said that when they first found it and started talking about it, or remote viewed it, intelligent life on it. Giants are on there, and they are benevolent. So part of the thing they're doing is they're trying to, I believe, shut down some of this extreme activity that we have coming and help to mitigate it. But why aren't they getting directly involved? Because it is our process of awakening that we have to go through. And, they'll help us to a certain extent, kind of like you would, maybe occasionally help a baby before it fell and, cracked its head, right? I remember my kids when they were starting to learn how to walk, you just make sure they didn't fall on the furniture. And sometimes they fall down, then they get up. Oh, you fall down. And then they get up and they go again. So that's kind of the way humanity's been for many different cycles. You look at the biblical text, you look at Mahabharata, the Indian Hindu text. They talk about wars where everything got wiped out, nuclear events, all kind of crazy stuff. So we've had these things before in the past. You look at Egypt. Egypt at one time was unbelievably advanced, underground cities on the surface, pyramids everywhere, and something wiped it out, right? Something wiped it out. And there was some kind of event, like a flood event, that wiped out civilization over and over and over again. So when we get out of control, when we wake up too much, get too big for our pants, then the controllers come in and really hammer us. Now, I believe that if we reach a certain vibrational awareness, that the controllers lose control, right? And that's what we're seeing now. And they're desperate. That's why as 3i Atlas comes in, it's taking away more of their power, and it's awakening more of us. So I think that process continues. We'll have some pretty significant earthquake activity before it's all over. I think that'll help awaken humanity more. There'll be more compassion from humanity because of that, or not. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe humanity will wake up in another way. Maybe there'll be catastrophes in our cities, like we're projecting with the deep state, controlling a lot of these big cities, the Democrats and so forth. So we'll have to be just very cautious and very aware as we go forward. Now, if we look at what's going on, again, when you have these anomalies coming off of the sun and releasing massive amounts of electrical energy, you're going to have massive hurricanes. Now, I predicted we would have big hurricanes. I thought that they would hit. For my projections, I've been very, very accurate over the years. This is one of the very first times that I've been projecting hurricanes for, I think, almost close to a decade, that we haven't had them hit like I said they were. Very interesting, which leads me to believe that our consciousness is reaching a certain level. And some of you are like, well, that's because they're taking down the deep state technology, or they're blocking the deep state technology. Yes, to all. So, and the reason why they're able to block that deep state technology is because we are awakening and we're supporting and projecting people to the front that are being our messengers, kind of like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is our messenger, and he is helping us to achieve the things that we want to achieve. And then over time, all all the different baddies that are in government, you know, in the CIA and in the FBI and so forth, will be revealed and they'll be removed. It's a process, but it's an awakening process. We have to awaken. We have to understand who they are. We have to point them. They have to be pointed out. They have to be, you know, what did they do, and what did they do wrong? And it's you see this process is being revealed, and more people. Now you look at this one. This is these are the projections. Now these spaghetti models are where they believe that this hurricane is going to go. So it's like spinning. It's still moving to the west. Now they've said for a long time that it was going to turn. It has not turned yet. It's gone very, very slow, and it's gone to the west. Now there's a weather system that's supposed to grab it and pull it quickly east and north. It hasn't done that yet, and it's spinning up there. But this thing potentially is so big and so powerful and gaining in strength by the hour that it may not be affected by that storm that was, you know, supposed to pull it and guide it so that it wouldn't affect the United States. So again, those spaghetti models, as you see, there's a couple of them now that have popped up that take it up into Florida, which was one of my projections from last year. That didn't happen the way that I saw it. It was supposed to come in from the bottom of Florida and go all the way straight up through Florida and cause massive damage to all of Florida. All right, we know the deep state would love to do that because they get their real estate really cheap then, and they would kill a lot of people, and they love killing people because it makes them happy. We don't like to make them happy, right? So we need to like focus on our consciousness and grow our consciousness to the point where that does not happen. So again, as you see here, a couple spaghetti models are starting to pop where this thing, as it's moving west, it doesn't get picked up by this storm that's up here moving across United States and causing a lot of flooding in northern Florida right now. So feet of water that's being left is really hard for people to drive around and get around. But it's pretty powerful, and it's supposed to like just create like a vortex vacuum and pull, as you see from these spaghetti models, this storm. And it was supposed to have already done that. Right now, as we move into the nighttime on the East Coast, it was already supposed to be impacting Jamaica. And now they're saying it's going to impact the western side of Jamaica. They've evacuated. It's supposed to go up through Cuba, the eastern side of Cuba, and then going to Bahamas, and cause a lot of damage up there. So it's one of the biggest storms ever right now. The last I saw, and they're supposed to be updating it. Even as I speak, it might be updated. Maybe it's turned. I don't know. If it doesn't turn and it continues to creep west, and this storm to the north, as you see, this going through Jacksonville right there. If it doesn't pull this thing, then it's probably going to come up and cause some damage up into the States. So we'll see. Hopefully not. But I've warned about this for when this one was spinning. There's other ones that I've been warning about. And I said there will be 3 Cat 5 storms this year, and this is the 3rd Cat 5. All right, so the other 2 just blew out to sea and didn't cause hardly any damage at all. They caused some flooding along the coast to some areas, some pretty good flooding and destruction, but not on the level, of course, if they had gotten closer and it actually come into or onto land. So we've seen these things manipulated before. We saw them manipulated on a massive scale last year. Hurricane Helene obviously was the most manipulated hurricane in the history of Earth, and they still haven't admitted that. So it came in and it devastated the coast of Florida, devastated my home, lost everything. Of course, the insurance companies would not cover that, and so a lot of people are really screwed in Florida from these hurricanes that have come through because the insurance companies are wiggling out of compensating people. So, and then it went up to North Carolina, caused all the flooding and damage and destruction in North Carolina. How does a hurricane, when it comes on land, usually when it comes on land, it starts to decrease and decrease and increase, and it can continue on and drop a lot of rain, and there'd be a lot of wind, but not still hurricane strength. Like, I think it was like almost hurricane strength 2 all the way up in the mountains of North Carolina. That was total BS, right? So it wasn't from sunspot activity, right? It was from some kind of HARP and direct energy weapon, heating that thing up, keeping it spinning, and pushing it around and guiding it around and doing the destruction they wanted it to do. So we have not seen that this year so far. They're going to sneak this one in, hopefully not. But wherever this thing goes, right now, just spinning off the coast of Jamaica is causing a lot of damage. If it does actually get pulled, like these spaghetti strings suggest, over Jamaica, it will be catastrophic because it's 210 mile per hour gusts, and the last I heard it was like almost 190 mile per hour sustained, or 180 mile per hour sustained winds. So yeah, that's basically leveling buildings, right? All buildings. So if it goes over a certain area with those kind of speeds, wind speeds, pretty much everything's gone, right? Now, if it does continue west, it creeps west, as those two spaghetti models suggest, and starts to turn up into Miami or Florida. It will continue to increase in speed, because this is all where it's at right now, and all the way up into here, and even off the coast of Florida, is water that has not been hurricaned yet. And so it's got deep, warm water, and the surface temperature is high too. So it will cause this thing to go to Cat 6 or maybe even Cat 7 level. Right? They don't have those. The highest they have is 5. But they should have, after, I don't know, maybe after this one, they talk about doing Cat 6 and Cat 7. So we'll see. So why are we having storms of this magnitude? It's absolutely because there is the sun activity. All right, the sun activity, electrical energy coming into the earth. All right, so we are electrical beings, light, made of light and electric. It's electric. And so if you look at your nervous system, electric, all right, it's like webbed throughout your entire body. And it's basically electrical energy that goes through their meridians and, pathways and all throughout your body. And that's what we put the LifeWave patches on. So they activate and send that energy, that light energy, up those electrical grids of your body. So the electrical energy that's coming in is lighting us up, guys. It's lighting us up, activating our electrical energy. Those people that have been dumbed down for a long time, we've seen a lot of people waking up, a lot of people going to the light, right? Not literally, but going to the light, the good side, right? So we're going to continue to see that going forward. Now, will those energies that are coming off Mike, it will not turn. We are praying words have power. So, Mary, yes, your words do have power. Me telling you that you need to use words of power and informing you that it might not makes you motivated to actually send your energy into that, because it's been creeping west and it should have already turned. So if I bring that to your attention, you start to pray and it does turn, that's good. But if it does turn and it doesn't hit Florida, it does hit Jamaica, and people will probably die in Jamaica, and everything, and a lot of things will be destroyed in Cuba, right? Guantanamo Bay, not, because they're evacuating it probably, but the people of Cuba. So, and have their homes destroyed. So, yeah, go ahead, pray that it won't come to Florida. So pray that it will go hit Jamaica, I guess. I don't know. So I'm praying that everybody will survive, and it will have the least impact possible. right? So that's the best way to pray for that. So you have to be careful sometimes when you do pray that you have everything's perfect in your life. Then it's crazy how sometimes that works, right? And we know that works that way. So the ultimate way is to like send it love, right? Because that love energy will do what it needs to do, and it will go where it needs to go. And who knows, maybe your next door neighbor is a murderer and he gets murdered, so it's crazy how these things work. So I've seen this in the most violent places like combat zones, where people have very not good thoughts, and it ends up not working out so good for them. All right, so have the positive thoughts, have good thoughts, and we'll see some good things happen. So everything changes forever, says Barbara Hand Clow. She's written many books. She talks about how the 3i Atlas is activating Earth's iron core right now. So she says that the reason why so many people are waking up, because I agree with her, and I hope you guys understand that there are a lot of people waking up, right? And there are people that are talking stuff now that I have never heard them talk before. I've seen some people that are on that do shows and so forth. They didn't have a lot going on, as far as like information. They'd have people come on with that information. And now I see these people, just like spewing incredible information out. So everyone, I think, is lighting up, and that's going to be very helpful. A lot of the stuff that that we have focused on and believed in and thought about a lot in the past that was right is going to turn out to be not so much, right? So I think a lot of the stuff that we have, because I see a lot of people, myself included, of course, but I see a lot of people that they'll focus on something, or they'll talk about something, and like me, I was like, what is that? What was I just like, there's so many things now, I think, that we're going to find out that are going to get dumped that were completely false, and part of us already knows that, right? So we're already dumping it. I don't know, maybe that's a lame excuse for being forgetful, but anyway. And I know some of you are like, yeah, like Mike, yeah, that's why. So yeah, Barbara Hand Clow, great author, incredible spiritual insights and so forth. She is saying that we're waking up because of 3i Atlas, and it's activating our iron core. And this happens, occasionally during these time frames, every so many thousands of years. We have this awakening process, and then the baddies basically take advantage of those energies to come in, and they direct them in a way that basically destroys the Earth. All right. I have past life memories of being in Atlantis, being involved with the crystals that basically power the Earth, and kept us safe and so forth. And the baddies came in and abused that power and that energy and basically destroyed the Earth. All right, almost completely destroyed the Earth. Of course, we're still here, so it didn't completely destroy the Earth, but man, it was close. So, I have memories of these past traumatic times, and I've been kings and warriors and all kind of crazy stuff in past lives to defeat the baddies, and the baddies at no time in history, I believe, are being defeated, and it's not so much from a kinetic force as it is from the consciousness stuff. So I think the consciousness, power that we're going into is the key for us to advance this time. So we'll see. Some of you guys are just not going to get this. It's okay. You're like tuning out or already gone or like, I don't know, Mike. It's like, well, just you don't need to know completely. Just have an open mind and you'll see. All right. All right. So Barbara Hand Clow is saying that metaphysical discoveries, subterranean metaphysical discoveries are happening, and how this is like no time like any other. So that's what she's feeling, and I bet she's got past life memories too. So I don't know if she's into that, but I think she is. So very, very interesting, how some of us are, picking up on this stuff and moving it forward. So here, let me see if Tropical Tidbits, I'm going to look at, share the screen on Tropical Tidbits, see if it's updated. So look at that monster. Woo.
October 27th, we're watching what is unfortunately an incredibly dangerous situation for the island of Jamaica here in the Caribbean, with major Hurricane Melissa becoming a Category 5 hurricane.
All right, so it's not, looks like it's not veering into Jamaica. It's continuing west. So I think this just got updated, but I'll have to check. And you should check. We'll see. We'll see if it continues. We'll see if it turns. If it turns, then the United States doesn't get hit, but everybody else does. All right. So, and it's funny because before this hurricane came in, I was seeing massive destruction for the Caribbean and the Bahamas and so forth. So that they would be devastated. And I thought it might be from earthquakes or something like that. But there are earthquakes that are happening. There was another big one in Turkey that just happened, I think within an hour, a little bit over an hour ago, 6.1, collapsed buildings. There was a big one, 6.0, and then a little bit smaller one that happened in Guadalupe, which is, not far from where the hurricane is. So is the hurricanes do, because of their weight, have an effect on, just the seafloor, and then of course the seafloor down into the bedrock, and the bedrock into the fault zones and so forth. So we're seeing a big earthquake in Guadalupe, just right close to where that massive hurricane is, and we get those occasionally. So Turkey just had a very significant one, 6.1. Like I said, there are buildings that have collapsed. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Lots of buildings involved in this one. So let's look at that. I'll show a little piece of that one. Here's the earthquakes. Let me show the earthquakes real quick. Here's the earthquakes. So here's the one right there, Guadalupe. Then there was that's a 6.1. There was a 5.8, and there's a 6.1. I think they have it at in Turkey right there. So you see the West Coast is lighting up with earthquakes. The red is like a recent one. Same thing. So the Ring of Fire, as you guys can see, earthquakes are traveling around that. I really still think, unfortunately, we're going to get a fairly significant earthquake off the coast of Cali, which is our Oregon, and it's going to cause a major tsunami and then activate other fault zones all the way across America. So we'll see. So here's the that's the earthquakes that are happening right now. Then let's look at the next window. Boom. So this next one is basically a little bit of video of the earthquake that happened in Turkey. So as you guys can see, there's pretty good devastation, shaking, everything's falling, of course. So more buildings collapsed.
Many homes have collapses.
So 6.1. So people run outside, and You know, we had I think there were like 8. It was an 8.1 and then a 7 point something in Turkey, you know, last year, and it caused like 10,000 people died or something crazy. So they're really bad in that area. So a 6.1 in Cali or anywhere else is like not that big of a deal, but because of the way the structure is there, the ground and so forth, it can cause significant damage. Same thing in like you get a 3.2 in Italy, and it's like a 7.2 in America. It's crazy how that works, but that's the way the ground is structured over there. So a little bit more spongier, I guess, in Cali, and it's really hard bedrock in Italy. So it really, when it shakes everything. It shakes everything hard. So that's the same thing in Turkey. Pretty solid bedrock. All right. So we're gonna have to continue to look at this stuff and keep an eye on it. We'll see what happens. I'm just getting back home, so this is going to be another short one, but good information coming out from a lot of this stuff. As far as like people like saying that we're awakening, so that's a good thing. I think that's a key for us to stomp out the deep state and their activities and the stuff that they're doing. All right. So stay in the love vibration. Send that hurricane love, and that's the best thing you can do. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Will be a very good conversation. So thank both of you for doing this. It's going to be something that I didn't realize how involved it was. I've been to one of the trials for one of the J6ers, and the no justice at all. I was like, it's a grandmother. She just happened to go in, and the FBI was like, yeah, we don't want to have anything to do with you. They investigate it and threw it out. Then they contacted her again, and it's like, yeah, we're gonna investigate you again, and but we're not gonna try you. And so she's like, okay. And then the third time, they're like, okay, we've done the investigation, we're gonna try you, and here's your dates. So she went in, I promoted her, helped her out, and the day that Trump did the pardons, she was supposed to go to jail and got off. So at least it was good for that. But like we're going to talk about, obviously there's something a lot more. They need to be pardoned on a different level.
Yeah, what happened, Mike? Trump working on every other thing.
Yeah.
Nobody picked up the ball, and that's why Sheila and I had to write this article because there's a lot still going on, as we'll cover. But we want to get Stephen Miller on it for Trump to get eyes on it again, because there's a lot still has to be done to prove, get the innocence established for all these J6ers and their families. There's been so much damage, and as Sheila will point out, it's affected almost 40,000 people, families, aunts, uncles, grandparents, bankruptcy, suicide. So anyhow, that's the whole purpose.
Okay, very good.
General, you did, and I just heard about this within the last 24 hours. You actually visited with some of these people, didn't you, when they were in the gulag?
Yes, I didn't physically, but I did a conference that they set up. So I talked to 8 of them in the gulag, yeah. And that's when I launched Operation Jericho. The story about
that, I think we should bring that in, because I don't think anyone knows this, Jacob. I don't think anyone knows.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Sheila Holm and General Paul Vallee. We're going to be talking about the J6ers. We just kind of put this together really quick. Sheila Holm has done an incredible investigation on this. I've been involved with the J6ers. General Vallee has been involved with the J6ers. We'll talk a little bit about that. But really what we need to talk about is how there's a misrepresentation that's going on. People don't realize they were given pardons, but it wasn't to the level that it needs to be. And Sheila's done investigative work on that. Sheila, do you want to jump in and give us some insight on that?
Well, pardon of innocence is what the J6 guys that started doing the assistance on the cases, not as attorneys, they're just regular people who experienced all of this, put together, researched, and found a pardon of innocence. Sheila did not. And they went, but they followed the pattern I used with cases in California. And because they'd never heard
Hello,
of
everyone. It's
anybody
Michael
until
Jacob
of
with
my
Unleashing
interviews
Intuition
that
Secrets.
you have to
Joined once
represent
again by
yourself when
Michelle
you don't have any money.
Melendez.
So
So we're going to be talking
they
about
gave me the
the
opportunity to do a whole
Lahaina
bunch of legal work
directed energy weapon
and represent
attack
myself in
and
all
the
sorts of
aftermath of
matters.
that still
But
ongoing.
that's past
In
history
the
for
aftermath
me.
of
So
that
they started
devastating
researching
Lahaina
this,
directed energy
and they
weapon
found
wildfire
the
attack,
actual
almost like
structure
aftermath of that
for pardon
still
of innocence,
ongoing.
which
Another
means you never
in the
committed a
aftermath
crime.
of that devastating
And
Lahaina
Flynn never
directed energy
committed a
weapon
crime. And so
wildfire
they
attack,
did that
almost
for
like aftermath
Flynn.
of that
And
still
then when
ongoing.
the
Another
president was going to
in the
do
aftermath of
this,
that
and even
devastating
Flynn and Laura
Lahaina directed
Logan
energy
said at the
weapon
time,
wildfire
it's
attack,
got to be a
almost like
pardon of
aftermath of
innocence.
that still
And
ongoing. Another
that just
in
didn't
the aftermath
happen.
of
Now,
that devastating
whether there was a
Lahaina directed
breakdown,
Boy,
I
I got
don't
some
know.
serious
But what's happened is I can't
background
even get a
information
hold
going
of the
on.
one guy that wrote to me for prayer.
There we go.
And
All
that's at
right,
the
got it.
beginning.
All
Please
right,
look at the
so
article. You're going to share the article, I believe, in the with the interviews, aren't you, Jaco?
I can put the article up on the screen that you wrote in General Valley, request for pardon of innocence. Is that what you're talking about?
And I'll text you the link so the link can go as you do put it down below the interviews. I think that people should really spend time looking at this and seeing, because every one of us within the Republic for America can do whatever we can to help.
Yeah.
So what happened is I had a Marine write an email to my ministry email, and he said he was asking for prayer. And so Rebecca, what is it? What is the prayer you need? And here he's a highly decorated Marine, served our nation honorably, and then his family departed from him because he was considered as a felon, a criminal. And so they said, you can't be telling us the truth if now you're going to be serving 18 months. So his wife left him, got a divorce, took the children. He lost absolutely everything before he went. And that's what happened to the majority of these guys. So when they just got pardoned and they got the release from the prison, there isn't even any car to meet him. There's nobody to take him home. There's nobody to help him because we were helping with cell phones. We were doing care packages. We were writing them letters. And now that Marine has been pardoned back in January, February, when that was all happening. Can't get a hold of him by phone or email. There's no option because I don't have any investigative matters into people's backgrounds. I have no way. So is he okay? And that's what's happened. But General Vallely was physically involved with these people and did communications with them and with the military background and how many military people. I sent you a picture. I don't know if you want to share that picture of our military service members who fought for our constitutional rights, went to DC to obtain our constitutional rights because they knew there was a problem with the election. It wasn't just 2020, it was 2016, and it was several before that. And we were all finding this out. So they went for the truth, went to support constitutional rights, which is what they served our country for. And then they were arrested. And then a lot of their misdemeanors were enhanced. And in the enhancements, they got 18 months, they got 3 years, they got more years. It was a horrific thing. But right in the midst of this, General Vallely had conversations with these people. And I think we should hear that structure first.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Sheila. I got involved very early on when they started the trials in DC, as well as arresting the J6ers and putting them first into the gulag there in the District of Washington, which was a horrible jail, probably still is. And the guards in there were absolutely like a rogue. They were just horrible, the way they treated the prisoners as far as starvation. Wouldn't let them exercise. And so they started playing at night at 10:30 at night, the Star Spangled Banner to keep the morale up. It was so bad. And so anyhow, someone set me up from Georgia that had been talking to them, and they were able to authorize a conference call with me to 8 members that were in the gulag. And the reports were just horrible. The beatings they took from these guards. I mean, it was just terrible. And so at that time, I launched Operation Jericho. And if you go back in the Bible, you'll see in Jericho they had jailed some people, and there was an attempt to release them from jail at that time. And so that's where I came up with Jericho from the Bible. And so we put together a position paper. We started to do interviews. And then I sent it to members of Congress, Mike. Okay? Now, you may remember there was only one congressional small delegation team, Marjorie Taylor Greene and a few others, that went to the Gulag one time.
That's right.
And nothing happened. And so I took the recording and I sent it along with this memorandum to members of Congress, including my own here from Montana. Mike, they did nothing. Nothing happened from these guys in Congress. And these J6ers were members of the districts. None of their congressmen, Republicans or Democrats, did anything to help them until President Trump came up with the clemency and forgiveness at that time. But then Trump and his staff got involved, economics, military things, all of these things that Trump was trying to change and manage that Biden and Obama had destroyed and dismantled our country. And so nobody picked up the ball. So what inspired us, Sheila and I, from this Marine is that we got to pick up the ball now. And so we want the message today, if you can help us get it to the White House, back to Trump again. And we really think that there ought to be somebody put on point again to resurrect this, because some of these, they're still out there. And Sheila will tell you there's 8 or 9 that still are supposed to be tried in the courts. Many of them are still in well, they're not in prison. I guess they've been released with the clemency and that Trump came out with in his first 30 days. But the effects, bankruptcy, suicides, people still can't get jobs. It's hanging over them like a black cloud. And so this innocence, pardon of innocence, has to be done. So let's pick up the ball, ladies and gentlemen, America. Let's pick up the ball in the White House. We need to get Stephen Smith on it. He'd be a good point dog on this one. So that's our objective, Mike.
Yeah, and the just atrocious the number of people like you're talking about. Pardon of innocence for at least 1,590 to 1,610. So the Department of Justice has the numbers on this. They know who's been impacted. I went to a trial for a J6er, and there was no justice at all. I couldn't believe it. None. And the people that were there in the jury, I was like, "There's no way these people are going to convict this poor."
They're all democratically controlled.
Totally.
Democratic judges.
Yep. Yeah, I was very surprised. FBI, the judge, Department of Justice, everyone there was completely aligned against. And as we saw, I think there might have been one person that was not convicted out of all of these people. So it was obviously a travesty of justice that's unbelievable. And I had no idea that the conditions for them were that bad. I knew it was bad because I talked to a guy that was actually in prison. I had him on my show several times, and he would be in solitary confinement for 20, 30 days, and then he'd get out and he'd do a show with me. I was like, God, what crazy. Jeez. Yeah, I saw that one family lost a farm held by their family for more than 200 years. Their business, job, pension, and life savings, all these people.
The military, can we get Pete Hegseth involved? The military guys, a lot of them were still active duty. They were removed. I know several Air Force people I don't even know why it's Air Force and Marines, because I know a lot of Army people too, but the Air Force guys, the threats and intimidation never stopped. And they were intimidating the people around them that they shouldn't be around them in the Air Force because they were at J6. And then they ended up being raided within a few days. I mean, the buildup, the intimidation, there are still people that wonder if they're going to be raided again. They're enhancing some of the people's, I gave the 9 names of the guys that aren't totally clear yet. They've got people on probation reporting to a probation officer after the pardoning. They've got people they're holding under judges' orders are not finished yet. They want to enhance based on other J6 things now. We're talking 4 years later. They want to do this. The guys in the gulag, and I don't think people realize this, they were held there. If you kill someone tonight and you're found by a detective in 5 days and they bring you in for questioning, they can't hold you more than, I don't know, 48, 72 hours. If they don't have enough to convict you through the DA, you get released. None of these guys were released. They were held in the gulag. I mean, the general knows a lot more about this than I do because I didn't go to DC. I wasn't at the gulag. I wasn't talking to people about the gulag. I was on platform with the guys that were still talking about it. And there were 2 podcasters when I was on Reawaken tour for the last 2.5 years with General Flynn. There were several that came in as podcasters. And then next thing you know, their family was raided. I mean, it just kept going on. And so how do you sleep at night? How do you, I mean, that level of intimidation, I still double check my front door and my bedroom door and make sure they're both locked at night because you never know if they're going to come and do more to you. I mean, and what happened to me over a series from 1991 all the way to last year. It's never stopped. So it never stops. They always say there's something else they can do. And for these judges to say they can still enhance on J6 actions now in 25, when they've already been to trial. We had a guy that committed suicide after he pled. And I think that's in there, after he pled to minor, a couple, 3 months. As soon as he pled guilty, they enhanced it and gave him 3 years. And so he committed suicide because he already couldn't take care of his family, but he thought he knew people who could help them get through a couple, 3 months, but he didn't have anybody to take care of his family for 3 years.
Yeah. And the other thing, Sheila, none of the Pelosi and everybody who was involved in that scam, that fraud, none of them yet have been held accountable.
None of them.
And the Republicans have dropped the ball on it.
That committee, the J6 committee, they've been proven to be liars.
What's happening to them? My God, what a traitor she turned out to be. Yeah, just horrible, Mike, what's happened. But the problem is they dropped the ball in the White House after Trump made his decision. And that's why we wanted to pick up the basketball again. I'll call it that, or the football. And let's run with this and let's get this thing solved forever. So these people can live a normal life with their families and so on. That's what it's all about.
I agree. And we need to investigate some of those mysterious suicides that happen to people as well. I mean, it's not just a travesty of justice to these guys and women that were taken and tried and thrown in prison. I was there that day. Fortunately, I never went into the building, but they have gone after people that weren't even in the building.
Yeah.
And arrested them and raided
leaders
them.
of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers. They weren't even in DC.
Wow.
They weren't even in DC, and they still convicted them and sent them to prison. It was getting podcasters off the streets, but all of these military, imagine they fight for constitutional rights. They couldn't vote in 22. They couldn't vote in 24. Yeah, there's still many that are told they can't vote in 26 or 28. That's why the passion for this, to get this turned around, because once you've been impacted by the FBI and you know that you can't trust what they're trying to do or say about you as an American, you have a bigger fight. And so they were wondering why I was so emotional about this, because God said I wasn't to go. There were people that wanted to fund for me to go on January 6th. And God said, you're not going. You're not going to be in that on January 6th, having no idea that all this was going to happen.
Yeah, because I wanted to go and support. Glenn and Gino need to be in on this too, as well as Pete Hegseth for those innocent members of the military.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a team, but it's got to come from the White House. That's why we think Stephen Smith is the guy. He should be the point guy because he really chases things down.
No doubt. So you had Green Berets, Army Rangers, SEAL team members, decorated Marines, like we talked about, war heroes. We have a lot, even law enforcement. I've seen law enforcement that were there that have been their homes raided and they were thrown in prison as well.
And the FBI infiltrated They had FBI agents on duty there in the crowd, dressed in civilian clothes, agitating. And you saw the guards let the people go into the house of the people. Now, some of them did some crazy things, breaking windows. That was unnecessary. But that's a misdemeanor at best. Hold them in jail for 2 or 3 days, fine them or something. But it was only a hand of people that were breaking things.
Yeah. And there were known Ukrainian agitators in that crowd as well. That's been proven. So there's obviously a setup like we're talking about. And these people have been, greatly harmed, and we need the pardon of innocence. That's the thing that we're promoting here. And I think that we get some more people involved with this. Pete Hegseth would be great.
Yep.
Military members, and then it can spill over into everybody. So it'll start.
In public awareness, when all this was happening to me, I just kept telling the FBI, because I was teaching, I was trying to earn things. I was teaching at UCSD out in La Jolla, a certification class to have some money, and then also helping a professor at San Diego State. And I met all of these students that were just students from other nations, and these guys happened to be Middle Eastern. The instructor in English was Middle Eastern, and he was getting them the Social Security numbers. He was helping them with housing and everything. And I'm just giving one example because I found a bunch of examples, all with the assistance of God, to tell the people the truth as to what was happening. I'm telling the FBI about this guy. They didn't do anything about this guy. You know what I find out after they were the names of some of the guys that went into supposedly the towers on 9/11? That English professor was a Middle Eastern informant for the FBI. That's why they wouldn't listen to me and wouldn't do anything about these students who were here with Social Security numbers and getting jobs. And I can't get a job because they ruined my Social Security number. And so all of this, people didn't understand. And this has been going on since the 80s. And so what's the problem is we're never a victim. People don't understand this. They think that they caused a crime. They didn't really cause a crime. They have no victim rights because the victims of that crime are the residents of DC who were either at work or at home that day. The residents of DC were not with the J6 people at the Capitol, which is supposed to be the people's house. And I looked it up on the internet, and the internet still says in quotes, it's a people's house. And so that's what happened. And that's the same thing with identity theft. We weren't victims either. The victims were the banks and the lenders. They have insurance to cover their losses. So what happened to our insurance premiums? Do you see what I mean? The layers of this never change. The situations change, but the layers never change. And so, great. I sent this link to your producer. This link, if you can go underneath the interview, if that's possible.
Absolutely. Now, another thing that we wanted to bring up is this 9/11 event. And kind of give people a warning. Tell us a little bit about that, Sheila.
Well, that's what started this. I found out about this on Labor Day. I took some spare time because I didn't do any barbecue or anything. And so I'm scrolling through on my Twitter, and I find this tweet that says that they're going to be doing this on 9/11, and they're going to hold the president responsible. And it was a gal who calls herself a DC correspondent. And the gal was using excessive foul language that the blank and Trump, the blank and this, the blank and that Trump needs to be responsible for. And what people need to know now is that we keep wanting Trump to fix everything. I still hear from people that he should have fixed it in his first term. You can't fix 250 years of a plan in 4 or 8 or 10 years. You can't, it's impossible to do it, to get rid of all the evil. And President Thomas Jefferson told us you can't just remove an evil and try and replace it with something else. You have to completely restructure it. And he already knew that the Republic was already in trouble. And so that's what we're having to do now. So in looking at the situation, it was so horrific what was stated in that tweet. And one of the main guys of J6, who is a brilliant guy, is all the videos, has all of it cataloged, has everything together. He retweeted it because he wanted people to go and become a voice and make the president aware of this. Well, that's not the way that we do things under a republic. A republic is a fact that I make my voice known to the people who are my employees. And all those reps are the employees. All the bureaus they added, they're all employees. All of the 405 additional departments that we don't even need, they're all employees. We make those people aware of all of this because these military guys lost all their benefits. They lost their pensions. They lost it. They have no option for anything.
They
All of
can't get
that
a
needs to be
job.
restored. Yeah. The what?
They can't get a job, Sheila.
They're
Nobody's
gone.
hiring them. It's like a black
And
cloud over their head.
they should really get their back pay because the military
Sure.
operated against them.
Well, it's timely now since they're taking up action on the Ashley Babbitt situation, basically restoring her, all of her, what would you call it? Her payments or forgiveness. I don't know. There's something.
Well, they're reinstating her honors,
Yeah.
and they're also giving all the pay. And
Right, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly.
And they may put the remainder of her ashes. There's very little left in Arlington, is what they're thinking.
Yeah. So the timing is right for all of this, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. So
I'm just pedaling as fast as I can because we only have a week. A week from today is 9/11, and I just got to pedal as fast as I can to get this done. And that's why, what an honor to have General Vallely stand with us in this, Mike. It's emotional and what an honor, because that's what it takes, is to realize, I mean, he wrote all of these things to help us with the cartels. He wrote Sinaloa, and I said Geronimo earlier, and it's Jericho, and I apologize for that, General,
Okay.
but he wrote all of these to help us and to put these things together. And so I'm so honored to have him on with us today, to go over this, and I'm so honored that he would do this with me because they wouldn't know who I am to send this out. And I'm just so honored that he joined with us in this. It's going to make a world of difference.
Absolutely. And this article, as we're showing right here, definitely you should read this. It basically has all the information that we're talking about in detail. And we're looking forward to, people get involved with this because it's definitely something that I was like, okay, they're pardoned. And everybody's like, yeah, but it's not.
Everything was gone. Yeah.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
Yep. We need a little bit more help. We, the people, need to get involved here. Get our people that are in charge. We have great people in charge. They just need to be informed. I think they're uninformed about the severity of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's great, Mike. Well, thanks for taking the time today to hear Sheila and I. We really appreciate it. We're just trying to get the word out, but the key is we wanted to get it into the White House and get some action going. Only President Trump and Stephen can do it, I think, at this point in time, with everything else going on.
Sounds great.
And if anybody out there can help us, because this network of people, this is We the People. Every time I'm with you, Jacob, it is We the People, and the way that your people respond. So anybody that can get us to Stephen Miller, anybody that can get, and the link is going to be available to you of the general's release of all of this. And so getting it to Stephen Miller, getting it to Pete Hegseth, getting it to Kash Patel, getting it to Dan Bongino, getting anybody that's connected with any of those people. So it would be really, really helpful.
Yeah,
very good.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. This was great.
Okay. Take care.
You too.
Bless you both.
Bless you guys.
Sheila. Bye-bye. All right.
It's going to be out there within, minutes after we get done.
Yeah, we got to get it to the White House, Mike.
Okay.
So great. Attention, Stephen Miller. He'll be the action guy on it.
Nice.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, he's a go-getter. I love him. All right, guys, let's do it.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking 2025. I'm back in Japan now because things are coming to a head and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high-level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of on the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab, and they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he said, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole horror show of reality TV actors and Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships. This is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States, and of course the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the US have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, the United States, Europe. You're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. It's just not it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead, while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there is a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates. He should be arrested, or whoever is, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge. Remember that he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, The other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and Banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back-channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control society is they control religious cults, the Mormons, all sorts of different cults, that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way that Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and that it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the White Hat staged a fake assassination to ruin Israel's reputation, or maybe Israel tried to kill him, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV, like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want, and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
The problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond the AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he starved to death because the food turned to gold and he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce. Their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working, and it's but yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison, but it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatai and Frankenstein Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian mafia, who did want to implement mark of the beast control. And Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, is definitely part of that because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had the Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanae Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Soka Gakkai cult is not going to be subcontracting control of Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans. And everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it's the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that will not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You will know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure, totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We have a great panel here today. As you guys can see, Carrie Cassie, Brad Olson, Laura Eisenhower, and Donna Ferrara. We're going to have a nice little discussion. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest events that everybody's, on everybody's mind. 3i Atlas. Maybe we'll delve into the recent Charlie Kirk and human trafficking. We can go into a lot of different areas. I know everyone on this panel has deep insights into a lot of stuff, and we'll just move in that direction. We got Mike Barra joining us now. Hey, Mike. And
hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. So we'll start off with Donna. She's going to present, an upcoming event, and then we'll start to do a roundtable. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, everybody. My name is Donna Ferrara. I live here on Long Island. And I wanted to gift Long Island New Yorkers and those near Long Island to this wonderful panel that I'm bringing to New York, Long Island, to share with us some of their insights and perceptions of what's going on, bring a little bit more awareness to our financial institution, how that's been designed, some of our misleading information, how we learned in school, maybe some of the history could be unraveled by Mr. Brad. And we have lovely Laura here, spiritual, beautiful Laura, who I'm telling you, she's been a little bit of my backbone. Laura, thank you so much. And we have fabulous Kerry, one of my favorite podcasters, who is well diverse and very educated in her history of whistleblowers and her research and studies. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we just lost Michael. Maybe because I brought up the financial institution, he went off screen. And I didn't mean to scare him like that. I don't know what happened there, but he'll come back.
Back in, we'll let him back in. No worries.
And Michael, thank you so much for having all of us.
Yeah. It's a great honor.
I told you I didn't scare him.
Thanks for agreeing, everyone. Thanks so much. So let's jump in and let's talk about, we were kind of discussing it a little bit before the show, 3i Atlas. So I'll just start it off. 3i Atlas, I remote viewed it, Intelligent Life on it. Or we're gonna have interaction with it. Probably some people already have. I don't know how far that's going to go. I think the deep state's going to use it as a Project Bluebeam situation because they're coming in, I think, for a positive. Now, I do believe they have some connection with Anunnaki and probably Nibiru, but that remains to be seen. So we'll just roll around and we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll start with you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just the moderator on a panel with Mike Barra and Carrie Cassidy 1 week ago down in Las Vegas, and we spoke about the 3i Atlas, determining what it is and the trajectory it has and how it lands on these certain dates. And Carrie was saying, just like you, Michael, that it is intelligently guided and it is some kind of craft. So we're in for some fireworks this fall, you guys. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're not through 2025 yet. And I just saw a link from Michael Flynn, and he said that there are very credible threats that the Al-Qaeda sleeper cells are going to activate this fall. So wouldn't it be a coinkydink if we had like some kind of EMP attack or some kind of internal strife? Maybe the lights go out, everybody has to look up at the sky, and we get this incredible star show. I don't think there's any coincidences here, but could be a very interesting next couple months.
Very good, very good. And let's jump to Mike Barra. I know, Carrie, you're going to have I've heard some of your conversations. You're going to crush this one. So,
well, by the way, Carrie, I want to sincerely apologize for biting your head off on the panel there. There was a lot of other things going on, and I know sometimes when you get going, it's hard to stop you. So I'm very sorry, and I won't do that again. To me, it's very bizarre because I want to say, oh, it's a chunk of something. You know, there is this theory that it's, at least the theory that I have, that it could be a chunk of a planet that used to be in the orbit where Mars is right now. Mars used to be a moon of that planet, and we can pretty much prove there was a planet there. It was massive, and it exploded God knows when, how long ago. And so it could be coming back on its first return cycle. Now, there's some arguments that support that. One is that it is going to intersect almost like right with the planet, the orbit of the planet Mars, very close to it, which indicates an original origin. If this is a returning object, and people right now don't think it is, but if it is, there's that fact, and the fact that it's on the plane of the ecliptic where Mars and the other planets are, which, because again, there's this completely competing theory with NASA's that planets are actually spun off as plasma by stars like the sun. As they get spinning too fast, they get too much spin energy, and then they spit the planets out, they cool, they form, that kind of thing. That's a different argument. So when you look at the intersection, the near intersection of Mars orbit, the chances of it having that orbit are about 500 to 1. Now, Michael, you know, I live in Vegas. You give me 500 to 1 odds, I'm going to the roulette table all night. I'm taking everything out of the bank. I'm spending every dime I have, and I'm going to walk away a millionaire. And then the fact that it's also coming in and intersecting the plane of the ecliptic where all the planets are, the odds against that are like 20,000 to 1, according to Avi Loeb. So you put the 20,000 to 1, yeah, I'm sure you're all going to come down and first give me some money to bet on whatever we're playing. So those are extraordinary coincidences. And I hearken back on the panel to Hale-Bopp in 1998, which of course there was a lot of negativity associated with that. The twin-tailed, one tail was sodium, one tail was something else, Hale-Bopp comet. And the thing is, the exact moment of closest approach to Earth corresponded with a lunar eclipse on exactly opposite sides of the sky. I'll never forget being in Portland, Oregon. I was helping my sister move, and that celestial display is taking place. And the chance of that happening is literally millions to 1. And that, to me, indicated that what they were doing, that somebody arranged that. Somebody pushed Hale-Bopp into that orbit, which, again, if it's a comet or an asteroid out in the asteroid belt, you just take your little flying saucer up there and you nudge it in the right calculated direction, and you create that celestial coincidence. So do we have that technology? Yes. Could this thing be some aspect of that technology? Yes. But if it's a genuine visitor from outer space, if it's genuinely from somewhere else, they are going out of their way to get our attention because of the coincidences of the orbit. So I'm just saying, previously celestial events have had apparently arranged circumstances. This one appears to have those same earmarks, and whether its origin is more natural or completely artificial is unknown to us at this time. But we're going to find out on October 29th. And Michael, what creeps me out, I told Brad and everybody on the panel back then, what creeps me out is that date has had a major significance in my life. I started at Boeing on that date. I've had other major life events happen on that date. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, please, no, let's not have it. Let's not have, because that's when it's going to emerge from behind the sun. And we're going to know if it's changed course, if it's accelerated, any of those things, we don't know. But it's going to be an ultra exciting day for me because of all those numeric coincidences.
Fascinating. Thanks, Mike. And Carrie, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Okay, so I just was going to find a quote from Richard Hoagland, but so I'm on a news group. I want to, that, and maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't heard if Hoagland's going to get online tonight. So they have been blocking him completely. They also blocking his phone. He's now suing the city. He basically is not being allowed online. He's not being allowed to really communicate much with people. And we are getting messages from him occasionally. I guess they're coming by way of David Sereda and others that are somehow helping him, but he hasn't been able to communicate. This is very important because Richard C. Hoagland, who I interviewed many years ago, and some people that know my work might realize that, this is something that's kind of right in his wheelhouse, and he's being completely blocked from communicating with the public. So he does a weekly show, or he used to, when they stopped blocking. They've been blocking him for like a month now. And so tonight at 9 o'clock, I think it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I think that's right. If he was going to go live, you can keep an eye on my Telegram for those that, if this goes online, I don't know if we're live. Are we live actually?
Yeah, we're live right now. So
Okay,
is that
great.
live on your channel, Carrie?
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that if we're live, then people that listen right now can actually, at 9 o'clock tonight Pacific time, tune in wherever they are in the United States or the world. Now, if it works. But the thing is, this should tell you a lot, that NASA, he's a former NASA scientist. He was famous for making people aware of the face on Mars and all kinds of, actually even the hyperdimensional physics that David Sereda has also taken on board and created a whole sort of map of what he calls the hyperdimensional universe. And that includes all the hyperdimensional planets. Those are hidden. They're in another dimension, but they can actually become visible from time to time when you're in hyperdimensional anything. And for the purposes of this discussion, we are hyperdimensional. We are multidimensional is really more accurate, I think. But This is so what David Sereda did, just in a nutshell, is that he has a way of using mathematics, and Richard Hoagland is totally on board with his mathematics. And we did shows where he basically tracked what is the anticipated trajectory of 3i Atlas, and it is literally going along like on a railroad track in the sky, if you want to visualize it, in this weird trajectory through our solar system. And it's making stops or flybys, if you will, of important planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and near Earth. Okay. And it's also going behind the sun. I can't remember. So if you watch my videos, I have like 5 of them or something at this point. Richard was supposed to join the last 3 and he was banned. He was unable to do so. So, but he is sending messages, and that's why I wanted to maybe go and